Hey everybody, I am just finishing up a couple of things on the back end here, so I will be going live. Well, I'm live already, but you know what I mean. I'll be actually running the games here in just a moment, but I wanted to go ahead and let you know that I am live. Let me just quickly check the chat here just to say hi to people. Hey there, Savio, and hello, Retro Gamer. It's too early. My German accent is not coming out yet, but anyway, we'll get there. But yeah, it'll just be just a few more moments, and then we'll get things started here. We're just gonna be testing a few things out, um, messing around with some games, seeing what it looks like on the recording. So thanks for being somewhat guinea pigs on this one, as well as we'll probably do some dungeon crawling and later on. So thanks for tuning in, and just give me just a moment here. All right, we're going to go ahead and get things started here. I'm going to be testing out, this is mainly for recording. I wanted to see what it looks like here, and y'all can let me know how it ends up looking here. So give me just a moment. Whoops. Yeah, well, that's fine, actually. All right. Okay, it looks like that is coming through. Hang on just a moment here. It is not wanting to cooperate on me here. Okay. Einen Moment bitte. I have forgotten that I have not set a mute unmute button for my just general game audio here. Okay, there we go. All right, is that coming through for everybody pretty good there? Hey there, Fur. Hey there, Tencho. Howdy, Commander Shepard. Games menu looks like a screensaver. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it? But this is actually from the same guy who made the Avernum series and more recently stuff like Queen's Wish and the Avedon series. It's an odd one, and I've never really been able to get into it, but I wanted to go ahead and test this out here because I do want to make a video on it eventually. So we'll mess around with this for a bit, and then we'll see about switching to something else. Okay. All right. Now this is one thing I'm really annoyed with. You can probably see how twitchy the mouse cursor has become. Alright, so when you play Geneforge, you have 3 different character types you can choose from. You can be a Shaper, you can be a Guardian, or you can be an Agent. And as it tells you here, if you're an Agent, you have strong magic but weak shaping. If you're a Guardian, you have strong combat but weak magic. And if you are a Shaper, you have weak combat but strong shaping, which makes sense. So let's see here. I think that's fine. And we'll just go with a point in intelligence. Another point in endurance, I think. And then we'll do magic shaping. No, we'll do fire shaping. No, wait, no. No, we'll do magic shaping and then leadership. There we go. And we will name this one. Even typing is... Oh, geez, that's awful. Okay. So the Shapers are the oldest, most respected, most secretive, and most powerful of the magical sects. The Shapers have the power to magically create life. The Shapers can make new life forms from nothing but raw materials and pure magic. They can mold this life to serve their purpose, be it light housework or major warfare. The Shapers guard the secrets of their powers very closely. To learn their techniques without permission is to court a speedy death at the hands of a Guardian in the day or an Agent in the night. After years of work, study, and testing, you have finally been accepted into the Shapers. You will spend your life advancing their will and delving into their secrets and powers. However, none of those secrets have been shared with you yet. First, you must complete your apprenticeship. You must spend 5 years out on a Shaper colony on a remote island, watching their work and aiding in their research. After a brief welcoming ceremony and a last night's celebration, you don your traditional garments and board your craft to the remote islands. The journey is 2 weeks long. You travel on a living craft, specially modified drake, which will carry you through rough seas to your destination. After a week's journey, you pass close to a small chain of islands. You consult your chart and find that one of them is named Susia Island. It is marked on your chart as Barred. Shapers declare places barred for a variety of reasons. Experiments gone wrong, dangerous accidents, valuable secrets. Whatever the reason, any outsider in a barred place is punished with instant death. Curious, you stand at the edge of your craft, carefully watching Susia Island, wondering what secrets lie there. As you watch, you fail to notice the sailing ship dead ahead of you, off the southeast coast of the island. Your craft cries out in alarm, alerting you to the danger. It is a strange ship, of a style you've never seen before. That's why you don't recognize the weapon on its prow. It fires a long spear at your craft. The razor-sharp bolt strikes your drake in the neck. It roars in anger and breathes a bolt of fire at your attacker. It strikes the sails, which sets them alight. The battle takes only seconds. Your living craft founders, mortally wounded, dropping you into the water. Your goods and tools sink to the depths. You attempt to swim to the surface. You barely notice that the ship which attacked you is aflame and having extreme difficulty. Your whole being is consumed with the struggle to reach the shore. Your strength is not enough. You start to sink, but with one last effort, your living craft assists you. Bleeding from its neck, rapidly dying, it manages to lift you with its head and carry you to a crumbling rock. Then it dies. It sinks away. You're left alone, abandoned on this forbidden shore. You are alone on Susia Island. Hey there, Brodator. Alright, so welcome to Geneforge. This is the original Geneforge. This is not the remake, obviously, in case you can't tell from how ugly the interface is and all that. So that's why I wanted to test it out and make sure that everything looks and sounds good with it. Now that I have a more reliable way of recording these Spiderweb software games than what I did on the last stream. Speaking of last stream, Savio mentioned it. I accidentally deleted the last stream. I will not be doing that again. I know what I did there. I know what not to do now. So I will probably be editing that down and removing the breaks and the initial technical problems that I had and then re-uploading it. But it shouldn't be a problem going forward. Alright, you stagger off the dock, weakened to the point of collapse by your desperate swim here. After a few minutes, you managed... It should say you, not your. Come on, Jeff. You're managed to regain enough of your senses to look around. You're on the south coast of the island you saw before your craft was slain. However, apart from the fact that this isle was declared barred by your people, you know nothing about it. The structures around you are ruined and crumbling. You would guess that they have been abandoned for at least a century, probably two. Islands are generally barred because of a failed experiment in the presence of horrible rogue creatures. Fortunately, except for the lapping of the waves on the base of the dock, all is quiet. If you're going to be devoured, it won't be soon. However, you're still stranded here and desperately weak as well. Fortunately, the beach stretches off to the east. Maybe there's something useful there. So, you have to select your various party members to move around. Red is health, green is magic, and blue is essence, I believe is what they call it. Let me just double check here. Let's see. So there's essence is what you use for shaping, and then spell energy is, as you'd expect, what you use for spells. There is nothing in those jars there. Let's see. Hi there, Castus. And yes, this game is kind of clunky. It was Spiderweb's first attempt on this new engine. And as such, it has a lot of issues. They continued on into Geneforge 2. By the time you get to Geneforge 3, they're more or less sorted out. But then 4 and 5 continued on and just were a bit smoother in general. And then, of course, there's the remake. If you're going to be playing this game, you probably want to go with the remake, which is Geneforge 1 Mutagen. But I wanted to go ahead and get some gameplay footage and such of the original version because, well, if I'm going to be reviewing this thing, I need to have recordings of the original and such. Anyway, there's a tunnel to the north built into the side of the hill. Your guess is that it was a storeroom or a warehouse. Usually one is placed near the docks of a settlement. After all these years, most of the goods inside are probably useless. You might be able to scavenge something useful, though. So, of course, we're going to wander in here. And then this allows us to pick things up. We're going to just go ahead and pick up that tunic. And we're going to go ahead and just throw that on because it's better than nothing. Nothing in there. Those are javelins. I don't know how useful they're going to be with our incredibly wimpy shaper here. You open doors by standing next to them, by the way. Inside this small chamber, you find several cylindrical containers. They look like canisters, each a little over a foot high. The sides are made of thick, carefully blown glass. Most of them have been broken and the condensers long lost. One of them, however, is still intact. Inside, you see a glowing fluid. It swirls and moves about, seemingly under its own power. It looks like it is, in its own way, alive. It probably is. You've never seen anything exactly like this before, but you've seen similar objects. The shapers can contain fluids filled with life energy, which heal or energize those in need. This must be something like that. There's a small section of fragile glass at the top. If you break it with the palm of your hand, the substance will come forth and energize you. In your weakened state, it seems hard to resist. And we're just going to go ahead and quickly save here. And that increases our Firebolt skill by 1, so now we can cast Firebolts. Office to the west. So we're just going to go over here. There were some coins on the... We'll go ahead and equip that cloak. There were some coins on the table. Variety of papers. Let's see. No use. The papers crumble at our touch. Beneath the papers, though, we find a brass key. So we take the brass key. Why not? Alright, we stumble a bit. We feel a bit woozy. It's not caused by hunger, though, but by the effects of the strange substance in that canister. Yeah, basically just telling us that we can now cast Firebolt. Which is a good thing, because our combat skills are absolutely pathetic as a shaper. Healing Pod, as it implies, it is basically a healing potion. thorns. Thorns are ammunition for one of the weapons in the game. Probably the barracks. Some stuff was left behind. Let's see what we got. We got more javelins. We got a dagger. And we got a tunic. Alright. Nothing else in here. And another healing pod. Those are always useful. Also, in case, because I know that for a lot of people this is a really early time. It's actually pretty early for me too. If this time does not work very well for people, please let me know, because I am currently trying to figure out what the best times for running streams are, and obviously I'm not going to really know that without experimentation and just asking people. So if you have any feedback for me, please let me know on that. Okay, so let's see here. Looking to the north, we can see we're not alone. First life we encounter is nowhere near so terrifying. It's a flock of orcs. They are a Shaper creation, a slow, clumsy livestock animal, hardy and laden with meat. Shapers created them to stock areas unfriendly to non-created animals, such as apparently this one. I noticed that these orcs have large tusks, probably added by the Shapers to protect them from predators. Fortunately, they're likely to leave us alone if we leave them alone. These are orcs. They moo. Last stream was midnight. Yeah. Yeah, I get that. 'Cause part of the problem I have here with determining the time of stream is that my audience is all over the place. So what works for one person is not necessarily going to work for everybody else. When I stream, like right now, it's like morning on the east coast of the U.S., whereas in Europe, for example, it's like mid-afternoon or so. And then, of course, you go other places and it goes all over the place. So that's kind of the problem I run into here. It just depends on who's tuning in and when they can tune in and all that sort of thing. So I do what I can, but well, it's best to know if there's a particular time frame that's really, really good. Alright, so this was an inn. I'm getting confused. Why is there so much here? Most islands are barred because of experiments gone awry, and most such experiments are performed by very small groups in crude quarters far from society. Yet I've seen warehouses, guard posts, and now an inn. At one point, a lot of Shapers lived here. Now they're all gone. Why? What could have driven so many people off, and what took their place? That's a very good question. One that I have never actually found out because I have never finished this game, ever. Okay, we're going to swap out the cloak for the robe there because it has more armor, and then we're just going to hang on to that. This belt gives us a bit more armor, so we're going to go ahead and throw that on. It's evening in South Africa. Alright. Okay, that door's not opening. That must be what this lever is for. Yep, that is what that lever was for. Let's see what we got in here. Healing pods. Always useful. We found a gemstone. We can sell that. And let's see what we got over here. think there's a locked thing over here, though, that I won't be able to get into. My skill is 3 or higher. Yeah. It'll take about 1 living tool. So, those are... no, they're orcs. They moo like cows, but they're orcs. They're a livestock animal. In order to do any kind of lockpicking or any of that sort of thing, you need living tools in this game. They're basically your lockpicks. And they're also quite hard to find. So now we're going to travel to the next area here. And we're going to just wander around and see what we can find. Alright, so this was a shaping hall. We know there must be one of them on... We knew that there must be one of them on the island somewhere. Here, the shapers of the island did their work, using magic and force of will to make creations, both established and experimental designs. If there was a cataclysm, though, it didn't take place here. This building is undamaged. To the side, we can see energizing pools. Holes in the ceiling allow light to shine on them. Remarkably, despite their years of neglect, they have survived. The goo inside the pool is a semi-living, plant-like form, capable of drawing energy from the air and the sun. If you stand near a pool, you will be able to replenish your health essence. Basically, healing pools and essence pools. So... And then it talks about making a Fiora, which is basically a fire-breathing dinosaur. Okay, we have increased heal by 1, and we've increased create Fiora by 1, so now we can create a Fiora. And how we do that is this. So welcome to the shaping interface. This is the bread and butter of this particular character. So what you do is you select a template, basically, and that's going to have your base cost, and then you also add various stats to it, and every stat you add increases the cost of it in terms of essence. Now, essence is more like it's invested than just used. It's a bit odd. But what we're going to do here is we are going to give it some dexterity. Just 1 for now, because we don't have a whole lot of... that frame rate, though. Alright. So now we have a Fiora to command here. Alright, there's a body here. It's barely more than a skeleton. Okay, we found healing spores, and we'll just pick these other things up. We can sell them. We're early on enough in the game to where basically anything is useful. Soon we will have to fight our first battles. There's several rogue Fioras ahead, so we're going to go ahead and just save the game real quick here, because as a shaper in particular, because you're so squishy, things can go bad very, very quickly. All right. Alright, so this is a rogue Fiora. They're not especially dangerous. We have basically no control over our creations. That is something that you get by upgrading their intelligence. I'm just gonna... Oh, well, that was useful. Okay. I have basically no thrown weapon skill, and yet I managed to one-shot a Fiora with a javelin. Okay. I did it again. Okay, I know it's the tutorial, but come on. have a clear shot there. We're just going to wait. That works. Okay, nothing useful in there. That's just... We're still well in the tutorial area. I figure we'll go ahead and get out of the tutorial area here. And then we'll go from there. Just kind of play it by ear here as to whether we'll just keep messing around with this a bit, or years of studying the arts just to throw a javelin. Yep, that's pretty much how it goes. All right. So thorn batons. This is where the ammunition comes in. So now we get a thorn baton and some extra thorns, and let's see what's in these bags if there is anything in them. That's one thing I've never particularly liked about this game and the engine is the fact that you stand next to doors and just wait for them to open. Just that never really felt right to me. So now we're fighting multiple enemies. And somehow I'm still just annihilating everything in one shot with a javelin. I don't know what's going on. All right. Boots. Boots are always useful. Shields, we can sell that. Let's see, there's the boots. Throw those on. Ammo is always useful. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, pages crumble. We can't really get anything useful out of that. And if you have, if you've played any of Spiderweb Software's other games up to this point, like the Avernum series, for example, you'll notice a lot of asset reuse. So that is something that happens with all of their games. They are on very much shoestring budgets, so they just reuse whatever they can. I mean, for stuff like item sprites, I don't really think it's that big of a deal. But it is a very noticeable thing when it comes to, for example, enemy sprites and such. All right, so this was the quarantine waiting hall. So we there is the servant mind. So servant minds are a very specialized and useful sort of creature. It spends its life in a stone crib made to fit it. Once there, it spends its entire life thinking, remembering, analyzing, and advising the Shapers. It seems likely that it is eager for company after its years here. Welcome, Shaper. I am Mind Tavit. Alright, so let's see here. What happened to this island? Why was it barred? I'm sorry. I am limited in the scope of my knowledge. How long ago? Spent it in hibernation. Not very useful information. He's like, what do you know? All right. Find no reason to impede your progress. All right. I don't get much useful from the servant mind, unfortunately. Alright, another flock of orcs. This group is not alone. It is watched over by a servile, one of the greatest Shaper creations. They are the most common and valued servants of our people. Intelligent, hardy, obedient, and featuring hands with opposable thumbs. Very useful. If there are serviles here, the isle must be nowhere near as savage and uncontrolled as I'd feared. Yep. So let's see here. Leaves his flock behind to come and speak with me. This is Timo. I don't think I'm mad. It's a shaper. A shaper has come at last. Alright. So let's see here. Oh, I must go to Valkyrie. Let's see, tell me about Valkyrie. It's our humble village. It's humble and small, but with no shapers around, we did what we could. There are no other shapers here. No, we're the only one. Now, since this isn't really hard coded in to where it'll easily tell whether you're a shaper, a guardian, or an agent, it just gives you the generic message there. They're all referred to as shapers, though. Alright. Do I know where this island was abandoned? We should go to Valkyrie. Okay. He has no idea. Alright. Well, we're going to wander around a bit more just to see if there's any useful items around, and then we're going to head over to Valkyrie. Moo. Thus, we end the tutorial. Alright, now we move over to Valkyrie, which is the village of the Serviles. They seem to have done well on their own, much better than we'd expected. They've moved into the Shaper ruins and made them their own. They have crops, shops, and guard patrols. The Serviles, in turn, are speechless. They've clearly been without Shaper influence for many years, and they have no idea how to react. They look overjoyed, relieved, and terrified at the same time. Yeah. That tends to happen when you have incredibly powerful overlords just showing up out of nowhere after potentially centuries. What are we raising? Vegetables. Looking for information. Talk to Learned Penner. Alright, let's go find Learned Penner. Okay, that's like a barracks and eating hall. This is the apothecary. Let's see, we can sell some junk here, so let's go ahead and sell some junk. By the way, as far as I am aware, you cannot get any regular party members. You can only get creations, as far as I'm aware. At least I've never made it far enough to be able to tell one way or another whether there's... I'll go ahead and buy a living tool there, because they're very useful to have. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, in this particular game, you cannot have any sapient party members like a guardian or an agent or anything like that. It's just you and the creations that you have. So if you're playing as a guardian, for example, you're probably playing mostly by yourself, and same with the agent. Okay. Where do you find our artifacts? Oh, they're all over. Found that, but you can't get the lock open. Alright. Should be proud. So obviously the Shapers, you can either be kind of a benevolent Shaper, since you're supposed to be new to the whole thing. You haven't necessarily become set in your ways yet. But a lot of Shapers are extremely arrogant. Very much power hungry, that sort of thing. So we're just wandering around and exploring here. That is Learned Penner. Alright. A very old servile, one of the oldest we've ever seen. They're made to live for a very long time, and this one's definitely trying to set a record. Must be well over 100. Welcome, Shaper. Alright, why do you have the name learned? It's marker respect. Okay. Why was Susia barred? We don't know. Your kind left 2 centuries behind. They did not tell us why they left. Where should I look? Large ruin to the north. Alright. Another question. Why is everyone so in awe? Yep. No plans to interfere. Strange artifacts. Alright. Serviles don't use them, and to do so kills them instantly. Alright. Anything else? Speak with Leader Kobar. Alright. So now we have an objective. And let's see here. And what's this? An old Shaper book. The Serviles have very reverently placed it here and taken care of it for many years. The mere fact that it belonged to the Shapers makes it incredibly valuable to them. They must not realize it's just an old ledger. The records, budgets, and inventories with them were probably useless even before the island was abandoned. Doesn't matter, though. All that matters is it once belonged to the Shapers. Yep, that sounds about right. It's kind of like when we find ancient artifacts and we hold them very reverently, but the actual people who use them just they wouldn't have cared at all. Alright, we'll just wander around here and explore a bit more. And I think we'll go ahead and save, and I think we'll go ahead and call it for this particular game. This is a good spot to end that one. So let me go ahead and start switching over to something else here. Let's see here. I'll just switch over to the break image while I'm doing this here. And then we'll boot something else up. Alrighty. And the next thing I wanted to mess around with a bit here. Let's see. Where did it go? Okay. Well, I gotta find it. Which probably sounds weird to say, but sometimes you lose where you put the icons. Alright, we're going to go ahead and boot up the old virtual machine here. That is, of course, assuming it will actually cooperate with me. Yeah, there it goes. Maybe, possibly, kind of, sort of. All right. All right, we have booted into... It is not cooperating with me. We've booted into the old virtual machine here. Let me just get the chat pulled back up here. Yeah, a lot of Spiderweb Software's games look pretty identical there. All right, so... Let me... I don't know why I didn't have that on there this whole time, but oh well, whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay, now we're good. All right. So as you can see, I have a bunch of random stuff installed on the old virtual machine here. We are going to boot up Mordor: The Depths of Dejenol, which is a very, very old school dungeon crawler. And we're just going to boot up and use Thorax here, who has the party assembled already. And as you can see, it is very... Oh, I need to turn on the actual game audio here. Hang on. There we go. Obviously, this stream is a well-oiled machine. So, welcome to Mordor: The Depths of Dejenol. As you can see, it is a bit of a mess as far as interface goes. How old is this game? I believe 1995. So, it's a Windows 3.1 game, technically. But, it's actually legitimately kind of interesting. I know it doesn't look like much, but it does some kind of cool things. So, for example, one of the things you can do is you can have a character with basically however many classes you want. So, if you want to have a character that is a warrior, thief, mage, cleric, what have you, all at once, you can do that. Multi-classing is not just a thing that is possible, it is a thing that is very heavily encouraged. And of course, you all start out as a nomad, and then once you get high enough level, you can join one of the other guilds. So, for example here, Thorax is now a warrior. And what classes they can be does also depend on their individual stats. So, and what things they can equip depends on their stats, and what things they equip can depend on their alignment too. It's a bit complicated. But the current party consists of Thorax, who is a warrior, Astradax, who is still a nomad because her stats are too low for anything else, Loki Axe, who is now currently a thief, and Sif Axe, who is currently a mage. But as you can see here, I do have a decent chunk of the, or if not most, of the first floor mapped out already. Now, one thing that is kind of dangerous about this particular game is that it automatically saves everything, and there's no way to avoid the autosave. So if you just stumble into a teleporter trap, for example, and your party is scattered to the winds, you can't just quit the game or shut down the virtual machine or anything like that. No. It just immediately just saves it, and then you gotta go find everybody. And if you're not a combat-oriented class, that can be real dangerous. So, yeah, not so great. Let's see here. Come on, where's the... I can never remember where stuff is in this interface. I don't know why. But Mordor was the first game. It was released in, again, I want to say 1995. The second game, which is kind of it's not really a sequel per se. It's more like a spiritual successor, is, I think, a bit better known. It's called Demise: Rise of the Kutan. Now, Mordor does not run on modern operating systems at all. I have never been able to get it working. It does work on my Windows 98 virtual machine, but I've never been able to get it working on a modern operating system. Demise does seem to work, but I haven't gotten around to trying it yet. So we're just going to go into the dungeon here, and we'll see what we can do. Now, I have the ability to go down to the second floor. We're going to do that. It's probably not going to go well. And something else you'll notice here is that auto battle is a thing. So if you've ever played something like any kind of auto battler game, it's not anything remotely resembling a new idea. All right, we have a chest here we can open, so let's see. We got a tome. Tomes are very useful. That reminds me, let's see here. Let's give this Tome of Learning to Astridax, who is the only good character in my entire party. Everybody else is neutral, I think. I can't remember if CFAX is... It doesn't really matter for CFAX. And then, let's see. So let's see here. I think we'll go ahead and... Well, no, we can't give her the Tome of Agility because pretty much everything has an alignment, and if your alignment does not match up with the item, you can't use it, which is really dumb, but hey, it means that if I find evil items, I can just sell them. Something else to be worried about is that certain items are cursed, so you definitely don't want to just be equipping things at random. So let's see, let's switch over to Astridax here. Maybe, potentially. Okay, she has the Tome of Learning. She can use that. Her intelligence increased by 1, and she's aged rapidly. Let's see here. Oh, no, she is good. Okay. And so we're going to go ahead and have her use the Tome of Endurance just to be safe on that. She has a neutral iron dagger. Let's go ahead and give that to Loki Axe, and then she can just hang on to that. So, let's see here. Switch back over to Thorax. Alright. Thorax is a good name for an 80s power metal band. It kind of is, isn't it? Yeah, the developers... The developer actually no longer exists. The website that is up for it is, I think, called Declan's Domain. It is a very old website. And that's also where Demise: Rise of the Kutan is. Believe it or not, Demise, despite being over 20 years old... Well, jeez, how old is that game? I'm going to have to look it up, actually. Give me just a moment here. Because I cannot remember off the top of my head how old Demise: Rise of the Kutan is. It is... Okay. Demise came out in 2000, so... Despite being a now roughly 24-year-old game, Demise actually is still in development in some capacity. There is a... I don't know if it's come out yet, but there is a third expansion for it. Or a second expansion, sorry. There was Demise: Rise of the Kutan, which was the original release. Then Ascension was the expansion that Declan's Domain did, I think. And that was quite a few years ago at this point. And then there was I can't remember if they have already released it or not, but there was another expansion that they were working on. And keep in mind, these games are huge. I mean, you can see here when I look at the auto map that this is a single floor of the dungeon. I can't remember offhand how many floors it has, but there's at least 10 of them, probably closer to 20. And this took hours to explore. So these are very, very large games. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and go down to the second floor here and probably get absolutely massacred because the difficulty jump from floor 1 to floor 2 is massive. However, there is a chest here. Let's open the chest. Trap disarming occurs automatically, so does lockpicking. Unless you have a magical lock, in which case, well, can't do anything with that. So we've encountered razor boars. Okay. Alright, welcome to the second floor of the dungeon. As you can see, whenever you explore, you get a different color of the tile there. I'm going to go ahead and go back up to the first floor here. When it's explored and you know everything, by that I mean you've returned to the town, it actually fills in the map like this. But when you are still exploring, well, when you go back up to the floor, it does that too. But when you're still exploring, it looks like that, which is kind of interesting. Because it tells you how much you have found out and all that sort of thing. A dungeon bear, which we took down. Whoever's still working on these games is passionate. Yes, they are. Mordor has not had anything done to it for a very long time, but Demise, yeah, they are very much passionate about it, but it's a very, very slow process. Now, thankfully, Thorax here is... Thorax and Loki Axe, for that matter, are leveled up enough to where they can handle most of the things. Yeah, we're now actually taking proper damage here, as opposed to on the previous floor, where pretty much nothing was actually standing against us here. And that netted us 3,000 gold, which is great. Now, thankfully, early on here in the floor, we're not really running into anything too nasty. Yet. Margoyles. I'm not entirely sure what those are. Giant spiders. We're just going to go ahead and clobber the crap out of them, because why the hell not? Redland rogues. Go ahead and... Oh, yeah, they steal your money, which is really annoying. Because money is very, very important in this game. Go ahead and open that. We got about a quarter of our gold back. Alright, let me just check the chat here. Let's see. You've been wanting to try out the original Final Fantasy games. Which Square would release the PSP remake of 1 or put the Pixel remasters at a better price? Okay, I am going to just tell you this right here. Don't play the original Final Fantasy. Just don't. Because, it's literally nothing but combat. And it's very primitive combat. It is extremely boring. Now, to be fair, I don't like JRPGs at the best of times. But, that game is insanely boring. Like, I have tried to make a video on it several times now, and I can't be bothered because the game is just so ridiculously boring. Which sounds weird to say when I'm... Oh, shit. We fell into pits. There's a pitfall there. That's not fun. Skulldraggles. I don't know what the... Oh. Okay. That's not good. That's really not good. So we gotta pick them up and bring them back to the, Ugh. So we're gonna go ahead and pick up the bodies here. Let's see here. So Thorax is carrying Sif, and Loki Axe is carrying Astrid. So those things, God damn it. Those things literally one-shot my guys, by the way. And this is something that's really annoying. Whenever you have somebody who is on the edge of death, they just constantly yell for help, which is just so annoying. Let's see, we're going to go head back up here, and we need to go to the morgue and raise a character. Astrodax. Costs us 110,000 gold. Good thing I have the money for that. Let's see here. Oh, we gotta drop them. It's very janky. Disaster accept. Success, yes. Oh, by the way, a resurrection can fail, which is always fun. Very, very fun. Current day pricing was ludicrous. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, gold is handled on a per character basis. So, yeah, not so great. Let's see. Go to the store, and then we can identify what this tome is. Let's see. To identify costs 272,000. I think we're gonna hold off on that. I'm just gonna put that in the bank real quick. About this potion. What's it gonna cost to identify the potion? 30,000. A potion of Nevamu. I have no idea what Nevamu does. Like, not a clue. Yeah, fun fact, I actually have the full box of this game and everything. I don't know what. Actually, let me grab that box real quick. I'll see if there's a. I think there's a manual. Hang on just a second. Chug. Who would have thought inflation pricing would have hit Geneforge? Now this is Mordor, the Depths of Dejenol, not Geneforge. Geneforge was before that. All right, so I have my manual for Mordor and the play guide. We'll see if that helps any. Let's see here. Well, it gives me the spell book for the various classes. Let's see. Here we go. No. Gives me some useful information, but it doesn't tell me what Nevamu does. Let me see if I can... Let me see if I can find out here. Generally speaking, you're supposed to read the manual before you play something, but who does that? I'm not seeing anything about Nevamu. Yeah, I am not seeing anything at all about Navamu. Oh, yeah. Here's a fun fact for you from the manual. It is recommended that you stay in the Nomads Guild until reaching level 30 or greater. Level 30, huh? Let's see here. Thorax, level 10. Loki Axe. Yeah, level 30 or greater, huh? Nah, we ain't doing that. Quite often, a player will get a character that advances rapidly and seems to have great luck. In the midst of this excitement, they decide, I want this character to be a fighting, magic-using, thieving villain seeker. Which, what ends up happening is the character joins many guilds, but never really masters any of them. Yeah, that sounds about right. But in case you're actually interested in playing this yourself, I know it's sold on Gamersgate, but as far as I'm aware, that installer for it does not work on modern operating systems because it's a 16-bit installer, and Gamersgate's installers are really weird. So, I don't know. You may be able to get this working on OTVDM. I haven't tried, and honestly, I wouldn't really want to. But, yeah. It does definitely work on a virtual machine, though. Alright, let's see here. Remember when the devs explained like half the story in the manual because fitting all that in the game just wouldn't be possible or would disrupt the flow of gameplay? Oh, yeah. This game, though, this game basically doesn't have a story. It's a dungeon crawler. Go to dungeon, whack thing in face. It's Skyrim, but it's honest. It's just honest about itself. Let's see. Go to secondhand stores and pick up old PC games. You found Earthworm Jim and Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds for dirt cheap. Hell yeah, brother. Let's see. What is my most recent acquisition in terms of PC games? I guess it was I found a copy of Zeus, Master of Olympus, boxed with all the stuff in it for like $10, I think. In really good condition, so... That was my latest haul as far as the bargain bin hunting goes, and that was, oh shit, that must have been 2 or 3 years ago now. I haven't been to the bargain bin in a long time. Have not had the money for it. Been very busy with other things. Alright. We're just gonna keep on clobbering enemies here, opening chests, getting all manner of gold and treasures. Rochester, you actually remember Mordor. Oh. Very nice, very nice. It's crap, but yes, it's honest crap. I wouldn't say it's crap. It's old. I mean, for what it is. I mean, it's a dungeon crawler. For what it is, it works fine. But it is definitely not the kind of game that anybody can just pick up and play. It's you kind of have to be an old school D&D-ish kind of guy. We're just gonna wander around and clobber some things here and get some levels. That's pretty safe for me to do that with this party on the first floor here. I make basically nothing from YouTube, dude. Like, let me put it this way: for me to do this full time, I would have to get Ew, that's annoying. But for me to do this full time, I would have to make roughly 32K a year from it. 32, 33K a year. And I'm lucky if I make like $100 in a year. So no, I do not make all the dosh from YouTubing. But if you want to help me out, I would very, very happily appreciate that. We have now identified that as a Margoyle. We're just clobbering the crap out of here, out of stuff here. Rowdies, bears. The dungeon is just so full of random crap. Just such odd enemies to run into. Like, it makes you wonder where they all come from. Stepping above Moraph crap. I am not familiar with Moraph. See, this is not a game, but I also managed to find the Command & Conquer Renegade soundtrack. There you go. I found another tome. Tomes, just for those of you who might have tuned in after I used the previous tome, tomes will increase one of your character's stats, but it also ages them by 4 weeks. So. Yeah, doing YouTube full-time is a terrible... It depends. Like, if you have the viewership for it, yeah, it's... I mean, you can make it work. But just starting it off full-time, no, it's not a good idea, just starting off full-time these days. Okay, so this one's magically locked. I don't think I have an unlock spell. Let me see if I can... Magical line. Right, let me just check the spell list here real quick. Wait, the thief has a charm of opening? Let's see. Huh. Yeah, he should have that. Huh. Well. Should have an opening spell, but apparently I do not. Let me go back up here and just see if that's something that we can get. Visit the library. Nope, that's not useful. Well, at least this will help us to figure out what stuff is. Let's see here. Okay, so a potion of Netamu casts mental resistance up to 3 times. Okay. Nesamu is resist acidity up to 3 times. Okay. Scroll of Goron. That casts Charm Giant. Charm Insect. So, fun fact, if you find a bone dagger, every single bone dagger in the game is cursed. Every single one. And a cursed item is worth 0 gold. So what the best thing for you to do is to find bone daggers and then just identify them to the point where it says what they are, and then you can sell them for quite a bit of money. Let's see here. I think... Let's see. Who has enough experience to level? You are now level 10. You have been appointed to soldier. You're level 5. Finally, we have the charm of opening. Okay, now we should be able to open magically locked chests. Okay, you're level 9, and you are not at the point where you can level. So, something you can do, something that's kind of interesting about the leveling system in this, you can get enough experience to level up, and then after that, it will say that you have such and such experience to pin. What a pin is when you get enough experience points to get to where you would only have to get one more experience point to level up. But you can only do that once. So you can basically get enough experience to level up and then continue getting enough experience to where the next experience point you earn will allow you to level up after you have leveled up back at the town. Kind of a weird mechanic. But it's interesting. Let's see here. Is Demise the sequel as bad as the review made it out to be? I have not played Demise. I have a copy of it, but I haven't gotten around to trying it yet. But I mean, obviously I'm not really expecting, high art or anything with this particular game. It's a dungeon crawler. I treat it as a dungeon crawler, which is... Oh, I hate the rogues. I hate them so much. They steal your money, and you can't get it back. It's really irritating. But as far as I'm aware, Demise is... I'm not 100% sure. I think Demise is actually generally considered to be a better game than this. Especially after the Ascension expansion. Now that said, I know that it's a game from 2000 and it doesn't like modern operating systems very much. A pseudo-dragon. And Astradax has completed her quest. Very cool. She had a quest to slay a pseudo-dragon. I think Thorax has a quest too. Let's see here. I don't remember offhand where to find that. Been trying to get into... Let's see here. Brodator, this is your favorite action RPG. Is it now? This isn't really an action RPG. It's more like a blobber, I think is the way you would describe it. Let's see. You've been trying to get into more dungeon crawlers since you played Grimrock. Any recommendations? Okay, well, obviously, if you haven't played Grimrock 2 yet, play Grimrock 2. It's basically Grimrock 1, but better. But it also depends on what you mean by dungeon crawlers, because if you mean of the same general style as Grimrock, then you might want to look into the Lands of Lore series, and of course, Eye of the Beholder. Not the Game Boy Advance version, because that's a very different game, but Eye of the Beholder 1, 2, and 3. Several of those older D&D games are kind of like that too. Ravenloft, Stone Prophet, and Strahd's... Let's see, Strahd's... The two Ravenloft games. They're on GOG. And let's see, what else is there? There's... like Menzo Baranzan. I've never understood how to pronounce that, honestly. The City of the Drow. But Menzo Baranzan is also like that. Dungeon Hack. But if you want to expand that into other types of dungeon crawlers, that's where things can get kind of messy, because my experience with them is relatively limited. So... but most of the... let's see if I can open this. No, we have to use the spell. Okay, where's the Charm of Opening? Cast it. Your strength is too low? What? What?
You need 12 strength. He has 8. Oh, come on. Come on. Wow. That's pathetic. That's just mean. Unseen monsters. It doesn't matter. They die the same as any other monster. And we found a mace. Cool. They are casting spells at us. Let's see. You occasionally have a yen to find a good roguelike, but then you remember how awful Angband can be and recover your sanity. I mean, you could always mess around with something like Dungeons of Dreadmore. I had some fun with that, and I don't even normally like roguelikes. Oh, these assholes again. They're the ones that one-shotted our party earlier. Something different here. Something different here. Let's see here. That was me walking into the wall there. Let's see here. I'm trying to see... I wonder if this is... Can you actually cast this? Your constitution is 2. Ugh. Apparently my characters have stats that are too low to cast any spells. Oh yeah, fun fact, whenever you walk into one of these flooded tiles, your party will start drowning. Just no matter what. It's really annoying. This is a very unforgiving game, in case you can't tell already. It is very much from the Gygax school of dungeon crawling design. Oh man, a whopping 2 gold for that. Thorax now has enough experience to make a level. Alright, then let's go make a level. You're leveled up. You've leveled up. And obviously you level up individually by class. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and everybody deposit what pitiful amount of gold you found, because we don't want to lose that. That'd be bad. Alright, we'll identify that. That is a potion of healing. That is very useful. We'll identify this amulet. It's expensive, but we'll do it. It's an amulet of ultravision. That could be very useful. And it is unaligned, which means that anybody can use it. It allows us to see invisible things, which is very, very useful. Very nice. Identify that. That's a potion of flight. That is a potion of health. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. What about this mace? It is expensive. It is a mace of Cordul. That sounds like a cursed item, honestly. What do you think, chat? Do you think the Mace of Cordul is a cursed item? Because to me, it feels like a cursed item, and I don't want to identify it, spend the 139,000 gold to identify it, only for it to suddenly be worth absolutely nothing. Sounds very friendly. Grimoire Heralds of the Winged Exemplar. I have it. I haven't really messed around with it much. I can tell you that it runs an 800 by 600, and it's a modern game, which is just painful. It could be cursed, but on the other hand, it could be the bee's knees. That is the trick, isn't it? But here's the thing as well. Even if it's really good, there's a very good chance it's not aligned for one of my characters, and they can't equip it. Because that's another thing that I don't guess I didn't mention is the characters. They have alignments, and hold up. Wait, since when is he equipping a Mace of Cordul? Oh, he's not. Okay, he's got a bronze mace. Oh, wait. We look at the item here. It has an attack of -3. It's cursed. It's cursed. We're gonna sell it for 213,000 gold. Ha ha. And by the way, if they will actually sell back things that when you sell things to the store, they will keep them in stock. So, for example, these iron daggers here, you see that there's one good aligned one, one neutral aligned one, and 6 evil aligned ones. Those are ones that I brought back from the dungeon and sold them. Definitely don't equip that, yeah. Yeah, right now we're not using very good equipment right now, but let's see here. Yeah. Bronze plate mail, a bronze mace. Let's see, do I have any? Oh, there's a bronze helmet. Okay. I'm pretty sure that would be better than what I've got. Yeah, that's better than what I got. So I'm going to go ahead and buy a bronze helmet, and we're going to go ahead and equip said bronze helmet and just sell the copper helm for a whopping 7 gold. Woo. What about you? What are you rocking? You got a bronze dagger. I think... Let's see here. He needs to be at least level 5 thief. I think he's level 6 now. Okay, then yeah, he can equip the iron dagger now, and that's just straight up better than his one or more stats are too low. What the hell are you talking about? Oh, he needs a 10 strength to equip it. Ah! Oh, the curse of low stats. They're randomly rolled, by the way, in case you didn't know. Let's see. And by the way, you can get companions. I think, yeah. Because I vaguely remember doing this earlier in the game. You can find things in the dungeon, and they will try to join you, which is kind of neat. Party deposit. Let's see here. We're just gonna deposit this tome because we can't do anything with it right now. Might as well deposit the dagger too because we can't do anything with that. Oh, that's frustrating. And let's see here. I'm going to give this Amulet of Ultravision to Thorax here so he can actually see things. Let's see here. Would I recommend Blade of Darkness on Switch? I don't know about the Switch version. I've only played the PC version. I couldn't tell you how the console versions are. But at the very least, definitely play the PC version. Blade of Darkness, or Severance, Blade of Darkness, depending which region you're in, is friggin' fantastic, and everybody should play it. And of course, with the more recent updates that the game has had, it runs fine on modern systems, and you shouldn't need to worry about it. I think it even has controller support now, so. With a Switch controller, yeah, I don't know. I couldn't tell you how it plays on Switch because I just don't have it on Switch, so. Alright, let's see here. I really need to get them some stat boosts. Tome of Lies. Here's a fun thing about the Tome of Lies. Notice the cost of it. You do not want to use the Tome of Lies, because the Tome of Lies reduces your intelligence and wisdom by 1. However, once you know what it is, you can sell it, and it's great, because it gives you a lot of money. I'm running a Windows 98 virtual machine, technically. But yeah, Mordor is a 16-bit Windows 3.1 game, so it will not run on modern operating systems without assistance like OTVDM or running it in a virtual machine like this. But yeah, this is my Windows 98 virtual machine. And we have a Tome of Might. Now, as you can see, the tomes are extremely expensive, and they're also pretty rare. So let's see here. The Key of Opening, casts Charm of Opening at a spell level of 15. It is a very, very useful item. What does this do? This just adds 50 spell points. Okay, cool. That cures poison. Very cool. And that casts Resist Fire. We can just put that in the bank, I think. We don't need it right now. Actually, let's see here. How much is this tome going to cost to identify? It is going to cost 272,000. I'm going to give that to Thorax because he has the most money right now, and he can check and see what it is. It is a Tome of Agility, which is very cool. But we're not going to use it right now. We're going to go ahead and just stick that in here. This is a neutral Tome of Agility. Who needs Agility? Or Dexterity? You have pretty low Dexterity. Yeah, I think Thorax is going to need to use that. So let's go into the dungeon and use that. Yep. Let's see here. Has a very wizardry feel. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. I mean, you got to remember that wizardry is kind of the template for all dungeon crawlers to come, and frankly, all JRPGs to come, for that matter. Let's see. Can't think of any other OS. You'd go on an actual quest to drop all... Hey, now. Windows 98's not that bad. You want to go on a quest to drop all copies of an operating system into a black hole, you do Windows Me. I still have a copy of Windows Me. I have it as a reminder. Yeah, we're just going to wander around here and clobber some things. Used to get it running well on everyone else's PC except your own. Yeah. That's kind of how Windows 98 goes, though, isn't it? Am I reviewing PowerPoint? No, I'm not reviewing PowerPoint, sigh. This is just, it's an old game. Don't judge a book by its cover, necessarily. I mean, like, this game is obviously not a looker by any stretch of the imagination. But it's not a bad game by any stretch of the imagination either. Make a wizard RPG based on the Megadeth song 5 Magics. I actually haven't heard that one, so I don't know. Literally never installed Me on anyone's PC, much less your own. Yeah, I still have Windows Me. I also, like, I would run a Windows 3.1 virtual machine, but I can't find I have all of the Windows 3.1 disks except for one of them, so I can't. It's really annoying. Is my copy of Windows Me... See, I never had Windows Vista. I went from... let's see... So, for me on operating systems, it was DOS, and then it went to Windows 3.1, then Windows 95, 98, then Me, which was pretty brief that I had Windows Me, and then XP, and I had XP for a long time, and well past the point where Vista was relevant. By the time I switched away from Windows XP, Windows 7 was available, so I went to Windows 7. And then from there, it went on to Windows 10, and now Windows 11, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how we feel about that operating system. Yeah, and I've used all of the various Windows over the years, though, at some point or another. When am I going to review Excel? Never. Now, fun fact, I am terrible at math, so Excel is kind of my bane, but not really. I use it for all manner of other things. I use it for spreadsheets of other things, inventory lists and that sort of thing. So enchanters, by the way, you probably couldn't necessarily tell. Enchanters are one of the invisible enemies in the game. So when you encounter an invisible enemy in this, it will say unseen monster, and they'll hit you with all manner of things. If you have the see invisible buff, like Thorax here does from his Amulet of Ultravision, which is such a useful item, then you can see those hidden monsters and just beat the living crap out of them. So much easier with that. They stole some gold. That's annoying. Alright, let's see what else we got here. Last time you tinkered with Mordor was on a weird OS2 warp system. You set up for replaying Arena on your Windows 95. Okay. You got some interesting setups there, don't you? Let's see. Fond memories playing Road Rash, Quake 2, and Motocross Madness. Windows 98. The thing about Windows 98 is if you know what you're doing with it, then you don't really need to worry about its problems. Because sure, it had problems. Like any operating system, it has problems. But, we found a potion. Cool. The main problem people really ran into with Windows 98 was the blue screen problem, and that was because of running out of RAM. So, you know, if you had enough RAM, then it wasn't really that big of a deal. Twisted dwarves! Oh, they go down quite easily. We found a hammer. Cool. Giant centipede. Giant frogs. Alright. Beat Arena playing an acrobat of all things. I mean, you could do it. It's a bold strategy. Apparently it paid off in her case. Still have calluses on your hands from playing 3DO Road Rash. Damn. That's some long-standing calluses there, dude. Oh, you triggered the trap instead of disarming it that time. It's very rare that Lokiax here doesn't actually disarm a trap when he opens a chest. It's kind of weird. Yeah, that was one of the more annoying issues on Windows 98, but that wasn't so much a Windows 98 problem as it was just the driver problem in general. Drivers have always been a pain in the ass. Alright. Let's continue on here. Clobbered the crap out of them. Lokiax has made enough experience to level, which is very cool. We found another tome. Alright. Please be a good tome. Yeah. Oh, great. We got somebody poisoned. Let's see here. You'll be fine. An arthropod. No, we know exactly what those are. We fought, like, way too many of them. Weirdly enough, the giant spiders have not actually poisoned any of my party members. I think that once you get later on in the dungeon and you run into certain giant spiders, you can actually run into spiders that poison you, but right now they don't. And you'll notice something as well. When you return to town, it tells you that you rested for however many days. Time is a problem in this game. Eventually your party can grow old and die. Everybody deposit your gold, which is barely anything. Thankfully leveling up is free. You must defeat one Issus. Okay. This is something that periodically happens with the guilds. Periodically, they will tell you that you need to defeat a certain type of monster. And in this particular case, it's an Issus. And let's see here. You still haven't gotten enough experience? Alright, let's see here. Go to the store, and let's see what it's going to cost to identify these things. Alright, a brown cloak. What about this hammer? 724,000 gold to identify that thing. I think we're going to hang on to that for now. Yeah, no thank you. Let's see here. I'm pretty sure this is going to cost way too much to identify as well. 272,000. It's always good to identify those regardless, though. Because if it's a Tome of Lies, you can sell it. That's a Tome of Might. Okay, that's a very good item. We want to hold on to that. I'm gonna hold on to it until we have the money to identify it fully. Because if you have an item that is the opposite alignment to what your character is, then it actually harms them, I think. I'm not 100% sure. Let me just double check real quick. There should be a thing here on alignment real quick. Ye olden timey manual. Let's see here. Well, that's magic spells. It is still interesting to me that different spells require more than just intelligence or wisdom or charisma or whatever. They actually have strength, constitution, and dexterity requirements too sometimes, which is just, it's very interesting. It's something you never got in Dungeons and Dragons, for example. But when you think about it, it kind of makes sense. For example, if you were trying to cast a really big, powerful fireball at something, then you kind of would want to have somebody who has some hardiness to them casting it. Otherwise, it might actually damage them. All right, go ahead and put that Potion of Devamu in there. Go ahead and put that Bronze Mace in there. Might as well just store things here, because storing things is free, thankfully. And you have a limited number of inventory slots. It's not really a problem at this stage, because you have 40 slots per character. But, we'll hang on to the potions of curing and healing. We'll just give them to Astridax, I think. What I was wanting to do with Astridax is turn her into more of a, like a paladin type character or a cleric or something like that. But she doesn't have the stats for it right now. Her stats are just very, They're not great. Like, Thorax here is ridiculously strong, decently intelligent, decently wise. He has, like, no charisma at all. But, I mean, he's a giant, too, so you know. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, a fun fact as well. When you encounter slimes, they are incredibly annoying because they can actually destroy your items. So that's a fun thing, too. I'm trying to find this, let's see here. Okay, here we go. Quite often, aligned items are found. These are items which have the vibrations of a specific alignment being either good, neutral, or evil. Adventurers should be warned to never use an item that is oppositely aligned to themselves. If this happens, depending on whether the item was used or equipped, a trip to the store's Uncursed department may be necessary. Items that modify the user's stats but have the opposite alignment will reduce the user's stats and cannot be reversed or uncursed. So yeah, so from what I understand from this, everybody can use neutral stuff. But if you are evil or good aligned, then you have to use good or evil aligned things, depending on your alignment. So let's see here. Probably die of old age in real life trying to finish the game. I mean, people have finished it. So it just depends. Let's see here. Had an absolute blast with OpenGL games on Windows 2000. Yeah, Windows 2000 was actually way better than people think because, you know, it just kind of came and went. It was primarily a business operating system, so people don't really think about it actually being pretty decent, but it was. XP was more or less just the consumer-grade version of 2000, really. Let's see, Brodator. I've never played any real RPG. The closest you played is Fallout 4. Ooh. Good RPG for beginners. Whew. I mean, it's kind of notoriously a genre that's a bit difficult to get into. That said, let me ask you this, Brodator. How willing are you to put up with at least some degree of jank? Because that's going to determine what I can recommend for you. And how it's also going to matter how much you're willing to not necessarily do a lot of research, but read a lot of information about how stats and stuff work while you're playing. Because depending on the game, that's something you may need to worry about. Because sometimes it's pretty straightforward. Like, this game it's actually a pretty straightforward game to pick up and play, but it's not really a proper RPG. Because it's a dungeon crawler. But, yeah, just give us some more information about you as a gamer and how you can approach things. Like, what's your experience with, say, slower paced, more complex games, for example? Are you willing to go for that kind of gameplay style, or do you want something that's a bit snappier, more action-packed, a lot simpler and easier to get into? I mean, simpler and easier to get into is very subjective, but you get the idea, right? Just give us some more information, then I'll be able to help you with a recommendation there. But in the meantime, I'll go through these other questions and responses here. Many fond memories of Heretic 2 on Windows 2000. Heretic 2, I really need to get around to doing another video on Heretic 2. I am still baffled that there's not really a source port for it. You would think there would be a source port for it, but I mean, it was never open source, though, completely. So they'd kind of have to reverse engineer it from Quake 2's source, but anyway. Oh, speaking of source code, I saw something that said like the source code for DOS 4 was released very recently, which is kind of neat. I mean, DOS 4 was not a particularly great DOS, but, you know, whatever. You can have a party of grandpas. Yes, you can. It can be very silly. It takes a while to get to that point, though. You'd recommend more one of the original Fallout. The original Fallout is actually very difficult to get into. At least compared to other games of a similar type, I should say. Fondest memories were on XP with a weird partial conversion from Morrowind, merged Morrowind mod mega pack. Wild and weird. I'm not familiar with that particular mod pack. To be fair, I really didn't mod Morrowind much. So, you know. TCL-based GUI version of Angband for 32-bit Windows, which is actually fun. The thing I've found with old-school roguelikes is that they generally have accessibility problems, but pretty much anybody can pick up and play a roguelike. Hey there, Savio. Let's see. Charisma, the threat of being bonked by him. I mean, not necessarily. He's a neutral giant. He's there to... Like, he knows what he is. He's big. He's probably kind of ugly. I mean, he's not necessarily a bad guy, but, you know, he's big and he's there to take hits and bonk things. And the rest of his party is, I mean, they put up with him because, you know, whatever. Although, honestly, if you're the big guy who takes hits and bonks things, then, well, I mean, I think your party would be pretty happy with you. Let's see. Good classic CRPG for news is Buck Rogers' Countdown to Doomsday. I am not familiar with that one. Good classic RPGs you make friends with DOSBox. It depends on the game. When we're talking good classic CRPGs, most of what you're going to be doing or talking about is mid to late 90s. So you're dealing with Windows 95, 98 games mostly. When you're talking about DOS CRPGs, more often than not, those are really hard to get into. Like, people like you and me are kind of biased there, Rochester. We're kind of used to the old school stuff. But going back and trying to play something like, say, Might and Magic before Might and Magic 3, for example, or any of the Wizardry games before Wizardry 8, or any of the Ultima games prior to Ultima 7, or hell, even Ultima 7 for that matter. Trying to play DOS RPGs, more often than not, it's an adventure, let's put it that way. But, I mean, Skyrim's not a role-playing game, it's a hack-and-slash game. Let's see. I mean, yeah, Fallout it's not especially difficult to get into, but it's more difficult than other types of games. Like, ooh, 273,000 for a potion identification? Yeah, thank you. We'll identify the dragon water. Thank you very much. In fact, we're gonna go ahead and sell the dragon's water, I think. Why not? So we don't really need fire resistance right now. Never recommend Might and Magic. I mean, I will be fair. Might and Magic 6, 7, and 8 are not that difficult to get into. The problem is you have to do a lot of reading of the manual to know what's going on. Same thing with Might and Magic 3 and the World of Zine. Like, they're not especially difficult to learn how to play, it's just that they require a lot of reading, and a lot of people aren't really willing to do that. Alright. Buck Rogers is probably the most accessible gold box game. I don't know about that. I mean, technically, the Eye of the Beholder games are considered gold box, and they're pretty easy to get into. I mean, apart from the lack of auto map prior to Eye of the Beholder 3, anyway. But that's what grid paper's for. Actually, a fun thing about grid paper, I started mapping out. I don't know if you know this one, Rochester. Ancients 1 Death Watch. It was a DOS blobber that doesn't even have sound effects or music, which is annoying. And I finally decided to go ahead and actually start mapping things out, because I never tried mapping anything out with it before, because I never really played it very much back in the day. But I started mapping out, and I forgot how much of a pain in the ass it is to map stuff out on grid paper. Alright, let's see. You don't have too much problems when it comes to stats. With complexity, you guess most games you played are pretty straightforward. Okay, So, some options you might want to look into. Baldur's Gate. Like, Baldur's Gate 3 is probably going to be the most easily accessible one, but 1 and 2 are not difficult to get into at all, really. The only problem you'll run into with Might and Magic 1 and 2, or not Might and Magic, sorry, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, specifically, is that they use Advanced Dungeons & Dragons 2nd Edition, which means that you have to deal with THAC0. So, I have been meaning to do a video on AD&D 1 and 2E for a long time now, and every single time I do, I start going off on a bit of a rant about THAC0. And so it kind of derails the whole thing. But anyway, let's see here. Let me just quickly check over everybody, make sure that they don't have any leveling potential. Okay. So AD&D, let me just give you the quick rundown on THAC0. THAC0 stands for 2-hit armor class 0. Which sounds stupid, but the idea is it is the number you need to roll on a 20-sided die in order to hit something that has an armor class of 0. Armor class being the number representing whatever you need to roll over to land a damaging hit of any kind. So, with the AD&D base games, which is basically any Dungeons & Dragons game from the 90s or earlier, you need to worry about THAC0. Now, THAC0 is expressed in usually negative numbers. You have to do negative math with it. It's kind of a pain. I mean, once you understand what THAC0 means, you kind of understand it. But they fixed it with 3rd edition onwards. Just switched everything over to positive math instead of negative math. Mechanically, it's basically the same, because they switched over from having you subtract your THAC0 from the enemy's armor class, and then whatever the result is the number you need to roll. Instead, they're just like, look, just add up modifiers. This is the target number you need to roll to beat it, and then you go from there. Let's see here. You felt so aimless trying the magic again. Yeah, Might and Magic it's complicated, but mechanically relatively straightforward, because they're basically blobbers. They're basically they play more like dungeon crawlers, but there's a lot of underlying mechanical complexity that's kind of a pain to understand without having the manual there for you to reference constantly. Let's see here. You bought Might and Magic Collection, Ultimate Collection, Wizardry 8 on GOG, and they're quite clunky anyways. Yeah, if you think Wizardry 8 is clunky, wait until you play Wizardry 1 through 5. They're basically unplayable these days. Wizardry 1 actually has a remake available, and it runs on top of the Apple II code, which is awesome. Just amazing they're able to do that. Makes the game way, way more playable, but it is still punishingly difficult. But Wizardry 6 and 7 are the first ones that I would consider to be actually kind of playable. That's not to say that Wizardry 1 through 5 aren't interesting. I mean, Wizardry 4 has you playing as the villain, which is kind of unheard of back then. But it's interesting. It's also punishingly difficult. But anyway. Would Deus Ex be considered an RPG? Yes, it is. It is, actually. It's definitely an RPG. It is a hybrid of first-person shooter, stealth, and role-playing. You beat Baldur's Gate 1 and close to beating Baldur's Gate 2, but you can't stand Thaco. Yeah, Thaco is... It's one of those things where I understand the general idea behind it. I'm able to mechanically use it, but I don't like it because it's just kind of stupid. It's a very, very gamey thing. Like I said, they changed that over to positive mathematics in 3rd edition onwards, and it is way more playable. All right, we're gonna brave the second floor here for a bit. Ooh, that's not good. That didn't do that much damage, at least. Alright, please don't blow up in his face. Thank you. We found a potion. Cool. Now we gotta be careful with things on this floor, because they can one-shot us on this floor. Hey, Astrodax has enough experience to level now. Cool. Giant badgers. That's not good. They also hit like a truck. That's not great. Ow. That's mean. Alright, open that. I think we need to head back to the surface here. We are getting clobbered. But hey, at least I'm leveled up enough to actually be able to do something on the second floor of the dungeon now. So there's that. Let's see. GMRB is supposed to make the Infinity Engine games more enjoyable on modern hardware, but until they get Planescape more tolerant. Yeah. Oh yeah, no. Definitely not recommend Planescape to a noob. Like, Planescape is awesome. Both the setting and the game itself. It is awesome, but it is not the kind of thing you recommend to a new player at all. More like an interactive novel with good graphics. I mean, I wouldn't even say the graphics are all that good, actually. They definitely capture the feeling of Planescape really well. Alright. I think I'm going to take a quick break. I'm just going to go grab a drink and that sort of thing. So I will be back momentarily. I'll go ahead and leave the game audio going here. Actually, no. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Yep, game audio is still going here. Yeah, I will be back momentarily, and I will, I'll bring it. We'll keep delving into the dungeon. Alright, I'm back. Get the chat pulled back up here. Alright, is Knights of the Old Republic a decent choice? Abso-friggin-lutely. Definitely. And if you like Knights of the Old Republic 1, then definitely play Knights of the Old Republic 2 as well. Just remember that it's a lot buggier and kind of janky, but definitely KOTOR. Absolutely. Abso-friggin-lutely. Let's see, a good Star Wars total conversion for Open Morrowind. Speaking of dirt cheap, the poll that I ran for determining what I'll be messing around with tomorrow and Thursday, Titan Quest won that by a massive margin, which I guess that means people want to see me suffer, but whatever. But the second place was Nethergate Resurrection. Nethergate Resurrection is currently on sale over on GOG for $1. So if you're at all interested in classic style role-playing game type stuff and the idea of wandering around ancient Britannia as either Romans or Celts appeals to you at all, then definitely go check out Nethergate Resurrection. Because at $1, I mean, you can't really go wrong there. So I noticed that when I was getting stuff together for the streams and such. Noticed it was on sale. But anyway, let's see. Morrowind's not that hard to get into, but if you go into it with the expectation that it's more of an action game, you're going to be disappointed. But I have not messed around with OpenMW, so I couldn't really tell you on that one. Tamriel Rebuilt. I'm not familiar with Tamriel Rebuilt. I'll have to look into that. No, Savio. Nethergate. I'll go ahead and throw the... There you go. I'll throw that in the chat there. Alright, Brodator. Yeah, definitely check some of those out. Catch you later there. Just FYI there, since you have to leave, I will also be streaming tomorrow, and I will be streaming Titan Quest tomorrow. It will probably start a bit later in the day than this stream. This stream started pretty early for me, and seems early for pretty much everybody else. So I'll probably start I'll probably start tomorrow's stream around, probably around an hour previous to now or so. I'm not entirely decided yet, but we'll figure it out. At any rate, I got my snack, I got my drink. Just got some bretzel here. So we'll munch on that, and we will delve into the dungeon some more. But first, I'm going to check over inventory real quick. Right, we got this potion here. 20,000. Potion of Netamu. I'm trying to remember what Netamu does. I know I don't know. We'll go ahead and throw it in the bank there. Why not? Oh, you're very welcome. I'm not stopping the stream right now, if that's what you were worrying about. I was just saying goodbye to Brodator there and just letting him know that I'll also be streaming tomorrow, and I will also be streaming on Thursday. So, let's keep going here. Damn it. Quit stealing my money. And they always steal a lot of money, too. really annoying. A hellhound. Interesting. Alright, let's see here. GOG version of Fallout New Vegas is an easy recommendation for Linux users. Interesting. I mean, I'd recommend the GOG version of Fallout New Vegas anyway, because it's Fallout New Vegas and it's DRM free, but, you know. When will I review Fallout Brotherhood of Steel? The best thing about that game is a ridiculous dialogue story. I'm working on it. It's very slow going because that game is pain. But, I have no idea when it will happen, but it will happen eventually. I really need to learn Linux more. I have a Steam Deck. But other than that, I don't really have any systems that run Linux, so I haven't really had that much of a need to... Okay, Loki Axe completed his quest. That's good. Yeah, other than Steam Deck, I haven't really had much of a need to really mess around much with Linux, other than occasionally for job-related purposes. And I guess, let's see, well, no. No, the operating system I used at uni was, I think, Unix-based, not Linux specifically. I can't remember offhand. I can tell you it ran like absolute crap, though. Just incredibly slow. Very unresponsive operating system. Probably didn't help that the systems it was running on were extremely underpowered. So we have to be careful about where we're stepping here. Twisted dwarves. Well, we'll just clobber the crap out of them. Cleanups are a type of slime. Oh, great, we've been diseased. That's annoying. I can't remember what disease actually does. Okay, well, he got over it anyway. Skeletons? Okay. Unless can install for start from GOG for you. That's neat. Take care of that giant frog. Oh, finally we got poisoned by a giant spider. It's finally happened. Like, they almost never do, and yet this time they did, because I guess Astradax is just such an incredibly weak character. Oh, that's okay. We can head back up and get leveled up here. The Guildmaster lets us off the hook. Okay. Astradax can make a level. She is now level 10. That's pretty cool. And she's, I think she's my highest level nomad, isn't she? I want to say she's my highest level nomad. Nope, no, she's not. Loki Axe is one level higher than her. But she doesn't quite have the levels to Yeah, because for example, like the paladin here, you have to have a very high charisma, very high dex, high strength. It's yeah. I just love that there's a ninja guild because, you know, why wouldn't there be a ninja guild? Various reasons, uh-huh. Mm-hmm, sure. Sure. As an aside, I love the guildmaster's name for the Warriors Guild. Garth Slicemonger. Paladin's Eli. The ninja is Shogun for some reason. The Seeker is Martin. Scavenger is Cain the Wise Axe. Okay. The Mage is Sparrowhawk. The Sorcerer's Guild is Racunix. And the Wizard's Guild is Merlin, because of course it is. Who's the head of the... The head of the Nomad Guild is Crashland. Everyone knows ninjas were common in the Middle Ages. Yep, and yeah, that isn't that. Like, some of those are some very interesting names. It's always fun when you have nom de guerres or cognomens or things like that, because you think about Vikings, for example. They got their names for either things they did, things they said, the way they carried themselves, or the way they looked. And very rarely was it flattering. Like Ivar the Boneless, for example. I mean, that's... On the one hand, to a modern ear, that kind of sounds badass, but he was called that because he was, you know, well, crippled. Alright, let's see here. I guess we'll dare to brave the second floor again just a bit. And just hope we don't get slaughtered. Let's see here. A giant centipede. Well, we can deal with a giant centipede. Alright. Ah, shit. That did a lot of damage. That did a lot of damage. Damn. 2 warriors. Interesting. Okay, I get tired of falling in pits. That's very annoying. One of the really annoying things about this game, I will be fair, is that you don't generally know that a tile is trapped until you just bumble your way into the trap. In the case of pits, that's annoying. It causes a lot of damage. In the case of teleporters or traps that cause you to fall to different floors of the dungeon, that is just infuriating. Alright, we're going to go ahead and head up here and heal up because, ow, that hurt a lot. Yep. Let's see. I'm running out of things to grind. I guess we'll go this way. Oh, we found some rogues. Let's just clobber the crap out of them. And a Namana. I'm not sure what those are exactly. We found a ring. Ooh. That could be really good or really terrible. Or kind of worthless. There's some stairs down here. Let's take this. And immediately... Oh, geez. That did a lot of damage. That did a lot of damage. That did 26 damage, and he only has a max of 73 hit points. Oof. Oh, that hurt. Teleporter trap? Oh. Okay, good. The reward was potentially worth it. But, ow. The pain is real. We're gonna go... Yeah, I don't feel comfortable exploring the second floor of the dungeon with that low hit points. Like, damn. We're gonna head back here and just, replenish our hit points real quick. Alright, in the meantime, let's take a look at these items we found here. We found a crystal. 46,000. Let's see, a crystal of healing. Ooh. With 10 charges. Hell yeah. That sounds good to me. And then Sif found this ring here, which is very cheap. It's a shimmering ring. I can't remember if those are actually any good or not. I think they're... I don't think they are. Let's see here. Okay, well, they're class restricted. Well, pretty much everything's class restricted, actually. Honestly, it's probably worth more if I just sell it. Oh, it's an evil ring anyway, so I can't do anything with it. Cool. Well, it net us a bit of gold there. That's always useful. But a crystal of healing allows us to cast a heal spell with a level of 15, which is very good. I'm going to give that to Astrid Axe for the time being, because she's theoretically supposed to be my healer. Even though she can't cast any magic yet. Ugh. Alright, let's see here. This game's still superior to Moraph World as easily the worst dungeon. I have never heard of Moraph World. Yeah, I think it does cost a lot to uncurse items, but I have not tried it, at least to my recollection, so I couldn't tell you exactly how much it costs. Let's just quickly check and make sure nobody's got enough experience to level. Nope. Old Sifax here is not doing so great in terms of experience points, is she? Let's see. Yep. Yeah, she's not doing so great. Wait, why does she still have gold? I got specifically said for everybody to deposit their gold. Oh, it's because she sold the ring. Right. Don't mind me, I'm just an idiot. Alright, we're gonna head... Ah! Redland Rogues! A giant owl! Clobber the owl! Clobber the goblin! Centipedes. Not anymore, they aren't. He properly identified the random thing. We're still not identifying things that we've been fighting for forever. Alright, so that leads that way. Okay, so here's what I'm doing. I'm just mapping out the layout here, and then we're gonna figure it out from there. This could be incredibly dangerous. That is magically locked. That's a bit of a pain. Alright. Let's see what's in here. More of these guys. Well, we took care of them. Okay, we took care of that. A were owl? Not just a giant owl. Oh, that's not good. That's really not good. You hit for a ton of damage. Let's use... Let me see if I can give her that, and then she can use it. Use it on yourself. I mean, you're not going to be yelling at me anymore, but we need to head back up. Damn. Those skull draggles or whatever they're called, I can't remember what they're called off the top of my head. They have a very high chance of getting a critical hit. And critical hits at this stage are really, really nasty. Because, particularly in Syphax's case, they can pretty much one-shot her. Less so on Thorax or Lokiax, because they're actually relatively hardy. But yeah. Ooh, that was brutal. We need all the experience points we can get. that sound sample is the same regardless of whether it's a male or female character, which makes it even funnier. Plate armor, ooh, that could be really good. Okay, we found a couple of snakes and beat the crap out of them. A Namana, we took care of that, and... Oh, that's not good. We found some leather armor, I mean, we already have leather armor, basically. Stop stealing my money! Money's important. Astrodax senses something different here. Do you now? That's interesting. I'm not sure what that is. Millside. I don't know what those are. Astrodax is now diseased. That's not great. Oh, an enchanter. Hopefully she gets over it. Beat the crap out of those guys for stealing my money. Just rude. Morlocks. I don't know what those are. Senses something different. I haven't quite figured out exactly what the senses something different is. Yeah, looks like we're actually gradually losing hit points here, so I'm going to go ahead and head back now so that we can get some rest in here. There we go. Would be better if the 3D view wasn't the size of a postage stamp. Yeah, I mean, it's... Is it really necessary, though? I mean, even back in the old days, when you had stuff like Wizardry 1 and all that, you had a wireframe, and it wasn't helpful. Hey there, Judge Dredd. Glad you love the channel. Welcome to the stream. Right now, we're just doing some dungeon crawling. Let's see here. Let's see if we can figure out what this plate armor is without breaking the bank. Oh, I went to the wrong thing. Oops. 200,000. Yeah. Let's see, who has the most gold right now? Well, it's Thorax. Why do we have so little gold right now? I guess because we haven't really sold anything useful. That reminds me, this hammer, let's see. Nomad, Warrior, Paladin, Seeker, Scavenger. It's a two-handed weapon. I don't think any of my guys can use that except for maybe Thorax. No, Thorax can't even use it. Yeah, none of my guys can even use that, and it's two-handed, so we can't use a shield with it. Might as well just sell it. Doesn't net us much, but it's better than nothing. And this plate armor, though, I'm going to go ahead and put that in the bank for now. Because it's expensive to identify. Going in the confinement area. Now, leather armor... Let's see here. Now, leather armor is, like, stupidly cheap. Oh, it's padded leather armor. This is better than normal leather armor. Ultima Unworld, a classic that's hard to acclimate to. You might even have the floppies in a box, but probably not. Yeah, Ultima Underworld's hard to get into. Still haven't around. I mean, I've got a whole several containers worth of CDs and stuff that I've just picked up over the years. In a lot of cases, I don't even really know what I've got anymore. It's good padded leather armor. Okay, so the only people in my party who can equip it are Astrid and Sif. Let's see here. It is kind of restricted. Do they have the stats to equip it, though? That is the question. Let's see. Strength and dexterity. I don't think they have the stats for that. Astrid does. But she's wearing bronze plate mail. And that's just straight up better. So. Yeah, I think I will, I guess I'll just sell this then, because I can't use it. And that's just 150,000 gold. That's pretty nice. Party deposit. Alright, what about you, and you? Nope, nobody can level up, apparently. More actual padded leather armor, and he straight up take a baseball bat to the chest and just smile. Yeah, I mean, that's what padding is for. It's very good at that. Let's see here. Who has what here? You have Nugina gloves. And this iron dagger that nobody can use. You have the iron sword in your... Who can equip that? I think I have that for her because she's a paladin. But I'm not 100% sure. Right, yeah, she's the only one who can equip the Iron Dagger right now. What else we got here? You also have an Iron Dagger, basically for when your stats... When we somehow eventually get your strength up to high enough where you can use it. I mean, I'm impressed that an Iron Dagger requires quite a bit of strength to use. We have Sif the Noodle-Armed Mage over here. Alright, let's head back down here and see what we can find. Alright, Loki. Stop triggering the traps. I mean, it did, like, barely any damage, but still. Stop triggering traps. Giant owl. That is nothing to us. A kobold is nothing to us. A whopping 87 gold. Have you ever actually stopped to think about, like, where did all these things come from in the dungeon? Where does the dungeon come from? Like, how... What the hell kind of ecosystem is this that it creates the dungeon situation, you know? Like, is it just a big magical construct or what? Alright, let's see here. We'll head this way, I think. Ow! Okay. 2 animals of some description. Okay. Well, that's annoying. Like, of course there's a pit trap directly in front of the door. That's just mean. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Better use this crystal of healing on Thorax here. Oh wow, that did like nothing. I guess that's good enough. For now. Alright. Stop it. It's just mean. Alright, let's just head along here to map out this little corridor. Margoyles. Well, thankfully Thorax is hardy enough to where he can just deal with it. He could just deal with shit. Oh, that did a lot of damage. Ow. Random damage, the great equalizer, apparently. Alright, what do we have here? We didn't pick up anything. No, we didn't. Okay. Sustains itself from a lot of dead adventurers. Oh, definitely. The dungeon has always been there. But has it? That is the question. Actually, let me see if there is an explanation for the dungeon here. Hang on. Let's see here. Okay, so basically, the what we're exploring here, the Depths of Dejenol, is basically the ruins of an ancient city. And then whatever village or town or city that we're in right now was built on top of these ruins. So it's ruins all the way down. So you gave up on Angan because you couldn't keep your suspension of disbelief going. You couldn't wrap your head around how dragons get that far underground through tiny halls. I mean, life finds a way. Everybody deposit their gold, our pitiful amount of gold, and just head back down. One thing that I do find amusing about this is how it really does help you to... It really does capture that experience of being a low-level adventurer and just scraping by. Just clobber some giants. I don't know how giants fit in here either. Okay. You gotta worry about those oozes and slimes and such because, like I said, they can destroy your items. Loki Axe had a bit of gold stolen. I think it was a very low amount of gold, but he still got it stolen. Okay, that is fog. Thankfully, that maps out the rest of that area. Alright. Big old snake. Something different there. And clobber the rogues. Make back the money that was stolen from us. Please don't. There we go. Okay, 104 gold. Hey. GX Divider. Yeah, it is a Windows 3.1 game, actually. Yeah, it is. This is running in my Windows 98 virtual machine. I also have Castle of the Winds on here if you want me to mess around with that too. Although Castle of the Winds does work with OTVDM, I just prefer playing it on this because it works better. Giant badgers! Alright, just map this area out here. These guys are really nasty if they get a critical hit. We don't want to deal with that. Charmers, I don't know what they do. Heavy wounds, ooh, that's bad. Yeah, we definitely don't want to deal with that. That's very unpleasant. Bunch of large spiders. Yeah, fun fact about this, by the way. Stairs down. Ooh, we definitely don't want to go down there yet. We would just get annihilated. I was wandering around the dungeon a while back and accidentally found a pitfall trap that dropped most of my party to the second level of the dungeon. They fell into an ant's nest and all died. And so I had to... Like, it was a mess. Just an absolute mess. Okay. Astrodax is poisoned. That's not good. Let's see what else we got here. Big old snakes. We got 0 gold. Gee, thanks, game. So useful. Okay, who has the curing potion? You do, actually. Convenient. Might as well drink that, too. And it auto-saved over it? Yes, it did. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. So what happened was that my party all fell down in that pit, and they got just devoured by ants. And then I had to basically make a new character and drop them and put them in the town, and have the well, no, it's what did it do? It was oh, right. So what you can do if your character does end up dying is you can wait for other adventurers to find them, and it just takes a random amount of time, and they will bring them back to town, and then they can be resurrected. So that's what ended up happening. Like it was a mess. So the game is cruel, but it is not so cruel that it will not allow you to do things even if your character's dead. So Rakia, is this a roguelike? No, it is not. It's a dungeon crawler. There's a lot of random generation, but it is not a roguelike. Let's see here. Which game is better, Modern Warfare 2019 or 2022? Mechanically, 2022. Story-wise, 2019. Or writing-wise, I should say. Unseen Monster. Fun fact, by the way, in case you didn't notice there, it said Unseen Monster. When I switched over to Thorax, it did change what it said. Because he has that See Invisible. But he's the only character in the party who has that right now, which is not great. Let's see. Trying to figure out where we're going here. We've done quite a bit of exploration here. We're nursing some not great wounds here, but goblins. We can deal with goblins. Vampire bats. Not anymore, they aren't. Beat those rogues senseless. I'd rather not fall into a pitfall trap again. Green slimes and green oozes. Not great, but... A horned demon. Apparently it's a very weak demon. So are the dungeon levels in this static or dynamic? They are static, as far as I know. The actual layouts and like the traps and stuff, I think they're static. I'm not 100% sure. The monsters you fight are random. Were-rats. Uh-oh. Okay, yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Our weapon had no effect. Probably because it's a were-rat. Got a potion. Cool. No, we don't need a spell right now. Actually, now that I think about it, can Sif even cast any combat spells right now? I don't think she can. She might be able to cast Nerve Blank. Let's give it a try, I guess. I don't know what Nerve Blank actually does. The problem that my spellcaster has is that the warrior and the thief in the party just beat the crap out of everything before she can even do anything. Alright, head back up here and rest up. Who got the potion? You did, okay. Everybody deposit their earnings. Let's find out what this potion is. Potion of Sight. Okay. What's that do? Cast See Invisible. That's useful. Alright, let's see. Have I tried Daggerfall Unity? No, I have not. However, I did download it, so I will try it eventually. I might even try it on stream. We shall see. Alright. Oh, right. I forgot to level up here. 'Cause I think everybody actually earned enough experience to level up, except you. Why does Sif not get any experience? Well, like, she's getting experience. She's just barely getting any. Why is she getting so little experience? What's she doing? No, she's set to fight. I wonder if it's because... Yeah, I think we'll set that so that we can... Okay. 3D Maze screensaver of the game. Great review on the Fallout series. Oh, glad you liked it. But no, it is not 3D Maze screensaver of the game. It is. It's a dungeon crawler. It's just an old, somewhat primitive dungeon crawler. Maybe if I have the two weaker members of the party actually attacking, maybe then they'll actually get some levels. Because right now it's mostly these guys just absolutely annihilating everything that we come across. So we'll give that a try and see if that makes any difference at all. It probably won't, though. I think the experience points are just shared among the party. But I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to check the manual, and I don't really feel like doing that right now. Magically locked. We can't do anything with that. Zombie. Alright. We got an amulet. Yeah. Hopefully it's a very useful amulet. Alright, Sif. We need to get you leveled up. Now she has enough experience. Okay. Some more boots. Very cool. Alright. 2 dungeon bears. As opposed to other types of bears, I assume. Buffer, let me check. Let's see here. Buffer. I mean, my assumption is that that would mean that they would automatically cast buffing spells. Let me check here. Okay, let's go to the combat section. By the way, the section on surviving combat, the very first thing is, "He who flees and runs away lives to fight another day." That is a quote from Kodan, Master of the Paladins Guild. That is literally the first thing it says under surviving combat. Just, run away. Just run away. Oh, jeez. Old school dungeon crawlers, man. They just... They were built different. I'm trying to figure this out here. Where the hell... I'm not really seeing anything, but I think that the buffer roll in the auto battle thing is for... let me just pull this up here. So we have Default's doing nothing at all. Fighting means that you're just attacking with whatever weapon you have equipped. Defend obviously makes sense. Buffer, I'm pretty sure, is for casting spells. Let's see here. If we switch over to Buffer. Huh. That's interesting. Let's just set her to Buffer and see what happens. 'Cause I don't know. Okay, she's doing nothing. Okay. That's interesting. I'm assuming it's because she doesn't have a spell equipped. Or a suitable spell to use. Stop stealing my gold, damn it. It's very rude. Okay, that one's magically locked. I forgot about that. Thankfully, even though Sif is technically a mage, apparently she's decent enough with just, you know, poking things with a dagger or something that, she can kind of deal with it. Alright, let's see if we can open this without it just, you know, annihilating our party. Okay, cool. Chain armor, alright. We're finally getting some decent items here. Goblins. Now Sif is in pretty bad shape. We're gonna go ahead and just we got another tome. Very cool. Now we're gonna go ahead and head back to town here. Alright, let's see if we can get these items identified. Keep clicking on the wrong damn things. Alright. Let's see. That is very expensive. Does Thorax have the money for it? No, he doesn't, and he's the one who has the most money because he's the one who's been alive the longest. Oh, boy. Okay, potion. That's cheap to identify. It's potion of health. Very cool. Alright, we can work with that. Amulet. Amulet of Ultravision. Okay. I think these are all considered neutral items. Yeah, they're all considered unaligned. Alright, so we'll give that to, I think, Loki. And then he can equip it. Now we got two people with the ability to see things that are invisible. Very cool. These boots are pretty expensive. They are boots of lethargy. These are cursed items. You can see there, -3, -3. But we can still sell it because it's not fully identified. So now we can sell it for 177,000 gold. Alright, what about you? More boots of lethargy. Go ahead and sell them. Awesome. That is one of the nice things about the cursed items in this game. If you know something is cursed, then you can partially identify it and still make money off of it. Quite a bit of money, in fact. Alright, what about this chain armor? Iron chainmail, okay. Neutral iron chainmail, alright. Let's see here. Is that better than what you currently have? I think it is, actually. Okay, that's... It technically is, but you're not high enough level to use it. Okay, so we will go ahead and just hang on to that for the time being, I think. Alright. And then this tome I'm just going to put in storage because we can't afford to identify it right now. Actually, you know what? We're going to go ahead and, since we have those amulets, we can just sell this potion of sight. I don't think it's worth very much. No, it's not. Alright, everybody deposit your money, and... Oh, wait. I think we leveled up, didn't we? At least somebody did, I think. Yes, Astrodex leveled up. And so did you. And you got some spells. Alright. You got healing magic. Please tell me you can cast the healing spell. Please be able to cast the healing spell. Intelligence 13 and Wisdom 13. Nyeh. She could barely cast it. She can barely cast it. What about these other spells here? Let's see. Sight Veil. I don't know what Sight Veil is, actually. What's in her mind? Oh, Light Spray is. Let's see what Light Spray requires. She can't cast Light Spray. Can she cast Charm Humanoid? No, she cannot. Can she cast Charm Elemental? Nope. Can she cast Charm Animal? Nope. Can she cast Charm Insect? She can cast Charm Insect. Okay. We have basically the most useless mage ever right now. She can cast Nerve Blank. What about Dazzle? I think she can cast that. Yeah, she can cast that. So she can cast Dazzle, apparently, but not, you know, not most of these things. Let's see, what about Sleep? She can cast Sleep. Okay. Alright, here we go. Sight Veil. What's this do? Turns a character invisible, and she appears to be able to cast it. Okay, cool. Cool. What about See Invisible? She can also cast that. That's pretty cool. Oh, boy. Well, part of the problem I ran into with setting up these characters is that, again, stats are randomly rolled. So, you know, sometimes you get decent stats and sometimes you don't. And that's just how it goes. It's very annoying. Detect Rock. That sounds like the most useful spell ever. Detect Rock. Let me see if I can find out what that does. I mean, I'm pretty sure if I heard rock music playing, I'd be able to determine what it was, or if I, you know, saw a boulder, I'd know what it was. Let's see what we can find here. Visual, here we go. No, it's not that. What was this under? This is under movement. Okay. Movement. Here we go. Detect Rock. Okay, let's see here. Detect Rock. This spell allows the caster to detect whether rock exists behind the wall in front of them or not. Very useful for mapping and finding secret rooms. It lets you figure out whether it's a solid wall or not. Or if, you know, there's a room behind the wall that you're in front of. So it's Oh, and by the way, you can eventually, as a healer, learn to raise the dead. But it requires quite high stats, and it will only bring them back to life. It will not heal them. And then, let's see, there's a spell. So, I think what I'm probably going to want to do is turn Astradax into a healer. Because, you know, as a paladin, she would only get a few kind of useful spells. But as a healer, she would get things like being able to resurrect and all that sort of thing, and that can be extremely useful. But yeah, detecting rocks. My mage is more of a glorified camp follower. Yeah, she kind of is, isn't she? she's just there to help. You know, she'll help carry things, she'll identify things, you know, that sort of thing. Like, she's not stupid, she's just, you know. Let's see here. Does anybody in the... Like, she is the smartest and wisest person in the party. But that doesn't mean a whole lot when, you know, you're just barely at the realm of being able to cast spells. She is, however, very, very weak. Which is what you expect from a mage. You expect a mage to be a glass cannon, but still. Just, oof. Just rough. Anyway, let's see here. What if you don't believe in rocks? Does the spell still work? I mean, I have no idea. You tell me. Let's see here. Let's see. I have 2 guilty pleasures. You enjoy Black Ops 4, and you don't even like loot boxes and Battle Royale, and you hate Skyrim. Okay. You haven't watched my Skyrim review. I mean, it's kind of a... Honestly, it's not a particularly great quality review. Like, I still stand by what I say in it. It's just the visual quality is rough. The frame rate of the video is pretty bad. There's not a huge amount of decent editing and all that sort of thing. It's a rough quality video. It also doesn't include any of the expansion packs. You have to... Like, I did an MTO on Hearthfire and... What's the other one? Hearthfire and Dawnguard. I haven't done one on Dragonborn yet, though. Yeah, this game does have diseases, and you catch them from monsters giving them to you, not from your party members doing anything. There seem to be more plagues and such like that than anything else. You've noticed going back to my older reviews, the further back you go, the thicker my southern accent is. Really. You know, the weird thing about my accent is that it really only comes out when I'm talking to people who have similar accents. Let's see here. And what I have found as well is that 2 giant centipedes offer to join. Well, that's interesting. Sure, why not? So Astradax has a couple of giant centipede pets now. Okay, cool. I mean, they're kind of useless. But I mean... You know, why the hell not, right? Okay, we found a scroll. Companions. Okay, I got companion 2 now. Let's give you to can I give it? I can't remember if I can. I don't think I can. Now we're kind of trying to stop stealing my damn money. You're so annoying. You ever notice that when you're playing a dungeon crawler or any kind of old school RPG-ish kind of thing, you always feel like a glorified pest exterminator? Like, that's basically your job as an adventurer. You're just the exterminator, that's it. Ooh, that was a lot of money for a single chest. That's pretty cool. And we found a tome. Tomes are very nice. Astrodax has enough experience to level up now. That's cool. An unseen monster that we just annihilated. Alright. Bears and rabbits. Oh, that's a lot of dudes. Companion one accidentally hits. Oh, poor Thorax is all beat up right now. But we got a decent amount of money from that, so I think we're going to go ahead and call that a win. For all things considered there. So sure, we took damage, but everybody deposit your gold. Alright, what do we got to work with here? Scroll. Tomes. I don't think the tomes... See, that's a Tome of Lies. We can just sell that. Awesome. What about that? That's a Tome of Leadership. Okay, we want to... So, there's Tomes of Might. Those bump up your strength. Tomes of Leadership bump up your charisma. Tomes of Learning bump up your intelligence. Let's see. What else was there? There's, let's see. We have other types of tomes here. Let's see. That's another Tome of Lies. We'll go ahead and sell that. And what is this scroll? Scroll of Nantasu. I don't know what that does, but we're going to put it in the bank. Oh, Tomes of Agility will bump up your dexterity, and then there's... Oh, what is it called? I don't know. No, I don't know offhand which one bumps up your wisdom. Or your, I think it's a Tome of Endurance for Constitution. Let's see here. Got tired of good mods, of which there are many, running against the dog shit that... Vanilla content Skyrim. You modded into Grand Theft Vampire. The script engine being made out of wet tissue paper. Yeah, the script engine in Skyrim is just complete dog shit. New Vegas spoiled you in that regard, yeah. Is a lot of money really a lot of money in this game? It depends on where you are in the dungeon. I mean, earlier I had Thorax here up to like 2 million gold, and then he identified like 2 or 3 items, and it was suddenly down to, you know, this. Fallout 2, first thing in the visited town, solve the mouse problem and solve the scorpion tearing our Brahmin to shreds problem. I mean, the scorpion tearing our Brahmin to shreds problem is in the first game too. Hard to accept. Yep. I mean, like I said, a game like this, it's it's honest with what it is. You go into a dungeon, you fight monsters, you get loot, you come back. But there's, you know, you may think to yourself something like, wait a minute, isn't that basically what Diablo is? And yeah, it kind of is, except I find Diablo obnoxiously boring, and it also gives me repetitive stress injuries, so, you know. And this doesn't. Alright, let's get Loki Axe to open that. Not a whole lot of gold there, but hey, every bit helps. Thankfully, we don't need to spend gold to level up in this one like we do in, say, Might and Magic or... Keep stealing my damn gold. Like, in Might and Magic, you have to spend gold to level up. And you also have to spend gold to train in games like Gothic or Risen or stuff like that. That's a very old school idea that you had to pay to train. You have to do that in most of Spireweb Software's games too. We found another scroll. Cool. And we got some stuff. Okay. Disarmed. We found another tome. Hopefully it's a tome of lies so we can make some money. It won't be a lot because we'll have to spend some money to identify it first, but, you know. Come on, hit the damn thing. There we go. This game and lots of games like it back in the day never pretend to be more than they are. And that's... I miss that honesty in games, you know? Just when games were like, no, this is what it is. And if you go into it expecting anything else, then that's entirely on you, not on them mismarketing it. I miss that. We don't get that as much as we used to. It's just... It's frustrating. Like, Skyrim is marketed as a role-playing game, and it's not remotely a role-playing game. It's a mindless action game. And of course, like, damn near every so-called ARPG is not a role-playing game either. Okay, we found a ring. Cool. Stop stealing my damn gold! What's incredibly frustrating is that they steal your gold and then you don't get it back when you kill them. Like, what kind of logic is that? Okay, Astrodax is now pinned. That means that she can no longer get experience points until we bring her back to town and get her leveled up, and then she will get one... Let's see, so let me just show you how this works. So we go to the guild here, make a level. So she leveled up, and you see now we need one more experience for the next level. Okay, we'll level him up. Well, Sif, she's still not there. Okay. Alright, throw stuff in the bank. And let's see if we can identify some of this stuff. That's expensive. What about that? That's really expensive. We can't really afford that, but at the same time, even unidentified, that's 1 million gold, or almost 1.5 million gold to spend. So we're just gonna sell it, because nobody can use it anyway. I think that was the Warhammer. Yeah, like, nobody Nobody in my party can use that except for maybe Thorax. And he's not high enough level to use it anyway. And it's two-handed, so... The Potion of Negamu. Okay. Let's see, we had the tome to identify, right? Yeah, we had a tome to identify, so let's hand that over to Astrid so that she can identify it now. Whoop, I keep clicking on the wrong damn thing. Alright. A Tome of Endurance, that's very nice. Okay. Now the problem is it a Tome of Endurance that we can actually use? Probably not. Okay, now Thorax. A Scroll of Malart. I don't know what that is. That casts Charm Elemental. I'm just gonna sell that. Like that's useless to me. Party deposits. Okay, what do we got here? It's a mace. It's not very expensive. It's an iron mace. It is a good iron mace. Can any of my guys use it? Well, Thorax can't really because he's not a good character. Although it would probably be better than the one he's using. I think Astridax can use it, though. Yeah, she can use it. Let's just hand the iron mace over to Astridax, and then she can use it. One or more stats. Oh, wait, no. Dexterity, right? No. Wait, what? She has the stats for it. Oh, no, she doesn't. She's 1 point off. Damn. Let's see if I can bump that up here. I have a Tome of Agility, don't I? Yeah, I have a Tome of Agility that needs to be identified. Alright, let's hand that over to her. Let's see here. Oh, it's evil. We can't use it. Great. I mean, hey, we got a bunch of gold off of it, at least. Let's see here. What other tomes do we have? We have a Tome of Leadership. We'll hand that over to her. Since she's the one with the money right now, might as well hand stuff over to her and have her identify it. Okay. Because remember, even if it's a tome we can't use, or a Tome of Lies, we can still get money. So let's see what this is. That is a Tome of Lies. Just sell it. We make a bunch of money. Tome of Might. Neutral. We can use that. Okay. Tome of Endurance. Evil. We can't use that, but we can sell it. Tome of Leadership. Neutral. We can use that. Okay, cool. Alright, I'm going to give that to Thorax, and I'm going to give that to Lokiax, I think. Yeah, Lokiax really needs the strength. Alright. What's this ring? It's a shimmering ring. We'll just sell it. This is potion. This potion is stupendously expensive because it's a potion of agility. Okay. This still is like a temporary buff, I think. Let's see here. That is way too expensive for him to identify. What about Astrid? That is also a potion of agility, and it's evil, so we can sell it. I can't remember if agility potions are... permanent or are temporary? I think they're temporary. It's another evil one. Can't use it anyway. What about this cloak? Just hand that over to her. And this scroll, too. Okay. Identify. I don't know what Nimeon does. What about this cloak? It is a neutral brown cloak. I think we can give that to Loki X, I think. He should be able to equip it. Using too many. Oh right, he has a cloth cloak. We can unequip that and equip that. Your guild level is too low. Oh, right, he's not high enough level as a thief yet. He needs one more level of thief. But one more level of thief, he'll be good. Alright. I'm just going to move that back there. Alright, let's see here. If anything, should give a rage boost against thieves. I mean, yeah, it should. You've avoided Darkest Dungeon based on my review. It just sounded like too much of a pointless time sink, no matter how good it can. So, Darkest Dungeon, is the biggest problem is just how ridiculously RNG heavy it is. It's... I mean, a game like this, what I'm playing right now, is definitely very RNG based, but it's... You can still plan things out, so to speak, and there's things you can do to try to mitigate various issues. But, you can't really do that in Darkest Dungeon because it's just cruel. Alright, let's see what this plate armor is. It's iron plate mail, and it is neutral. Can Thorax use it? Not yet. He will be able to when he hits level 22, however. Astrid can't use it either. She's not high enough level. But Thorax can use it, so I'm going to give it to him. So that when he hits the high enough level for it, which, I mean, that's 9 levels from now, but still, he'll be able to use it. So, go ahead and hang on to that, because, hey, if you can't use it now, you might be able to use it in the future. Alright, we're going to go ahead and have Loki Axe here use this Tome of Might. His strength increased by 1, which is very nice. And then Thorax is going to use this, and his charisma increased by 1. So he is slightly more personable. Very slightly. Let's see. Let's see. Trying not to imagine a neutral evil jockstrap. Hey. I mean, never underestimate the evil jockstrap of death. Oh boy. Let's see here. Astrodax has a lot of hit points. I probably should have left Sifax as a nomad longer. I can actually go back and make her a nomad again. And then she'll continue leveling as a nomad, and I mean, because it's good to do that just to get their basic hit points up and stuff like that, but I wanted to have somebody casting spells as soon as I could. She still has the... Oh, she's carrying the companion now. Because it's... I guess because it died. I guess we better go drop that off. We don't have any interest in dead companions. Well, yeah, get rid of it. Alright, Astrodax, level her up. Anybody else? Nope, okay, cool. Alrighty. Just continue on. Stop stealing my gold. Alright. Now, one thing I'm not really sure about is what I should do with this game as far as covering it on the channel. Because to review it would require me to get to the very end of the dungeon, and I have no idea how long that will take. It could take potentially years. And, I mean, this is the whole game, basically. Like, what you're seeing here. So... like, on the one hand, I could technically review it on the sense that I know what playing the game is like. And it's this for however long it takes you to finish it, which is potentially hundreds of hours. But, it's hard to say exactly how long it would take. But I don't want to review something unless I've actually finished it, so it'd probably be more of like an MTO kind of situation, is what I'm thinking. At least that's what would make sense to me right now. An MTO would be fine since this is basically the whole game. I mean, yeah, that's basically what I'm thinking. We got a potion, cool. And I mean, people who are into dungeon crawlers will be able to look at this and hear what I'm saying about it, and will probably be able to just immediately tell whether it's something they'd be interested in playing or not. And this is definitely not the kind of game I would recommend to somebody who's trying to get into dungeon crawlers. This is something I would only really recommend to veterans. So... oh wait, we have a spell now. Let's cast our spell here. Our Detect Rock. Your intelligence is too low to cast Detect Rock. Her intelligence and wisdom's too low. She is the most useless damn mage ever. Oh. I mean, once I get enough tomes of, that will allow her to improve, sure, she'll be able to cast some spells, but... that's frustrating. I mean, like, she's clearly capable of fighting. Like, she can shank things. We found a dagger. Okay. I mean, if it's a bone dagger, then we can sell it for a decent amount of money. Found another potion. Cool. Found another potion. Okay. Just open that. Chain armor. Okay, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Magically locked. Not so great. Ow! That did quite a bit of damage, actually. Astrodax can level up now. Alright, let's see here. You're hit like a kobold! She's moral support right now. You know, like I said, it's like she can shank things just fine. But I mean, she can cast a few spells. Oh, we found another tome. There we go. Alright, just clobber a couple of more goblins and a kobold. Alright. Let us go ahead and head back to town so we can identify some items. Also, let's clobber some goblins, because why the hell not? And some Gredlin rogues, because they're... Oh, that's annoying. But stealing all my gold, damn it. Alright, let's see here. Go to the store. Let's see what this potion is. Potion of healing, always useful. What about that? Potion of Nisamu. Resist acidity. You know, I'm going to go ahead and sell that, actually. Let's see here. Another one of those. Let's go ahead and sell it. A scroll of Nimion. What is Nimion? Dominate demon at the caster's spell level. Well, that could be terrible. Alright, we'll hand the chain armor over to Astrid since she has the most money right now. Iron chainmail. It is good iron chainmail. And can she equip it? I don't think she can. No, her dexterity needs to be 1 point higher. And I think she needs to be a slightly higher level. Yeah, she needs to be 2 more levels. But she can use it. Eventually. Maybe. Possibly. Kind of, sort of. So we'll just stick that in there. We'll stick that in there. Let's see. Who had the... somebody found a tome. You did. Okay. You also found a dagger. That's a bone dagger. It's cursed. We're selling it. That's a good amount of pretty much free money with that one. Okay, hand Astrid the tome. What is this tome? It is a tome of might. And it is evil. Because of course it is. That kind of sucks. We could have really used that. Okay, who's leveled up? Astrid did. Okay, you have not. I'm very tempted to just make Sif a nomad again. Yeah, let's make her a nomad again and get her a few more levels of nomad. Oh, wait. She had enough experience to level up in nomad, didn't she? Yeah, she did. Quest has not been completed. You must defeat one green ooze. Oh, that's... I think that's actually why I made her no longer a nomad, is because she had a quest that I couldn't fulfill at the time. Yeah, we're going to make her a nomad and let her gain a few more levels and some hit points and stuff like that. And then we'll bring her back to being a mage. Okay, I'm not going to have them attacking things on lower levels yet, because they don't have enough damage output yet to be able to really do anything with that. Orcs! You know, I find it really funny that Astradax has the most hit points out of everybody, including the friggin' giant. Even though he has 7 more constitution than she does. Oh, man. Yeah, Sifax has, like, no resistances whatsoever, either. Okay. Okay, we can't do anything with that chest, unfortunately, which is really annoying. How many levels down does this abyss go? I have no idea. I know it's at least 10 levels, and it gets increasingly crazy the further down you go. Got some leather armor, okay. So one thing I really don't like about the way the quest system works is they just give you a random monster to fight. And it doesn't really matter what kind of monster it is. Like, sometimes they'll give you incredibly dangerous monsters out of nowhere. Sometimes they will give you incredibly weak monsters. It's completely random. Stop stealing my friggin' gold! That's hard to replace. Until I find cursed items, and then I can sell them to unsuspecting shopkeepers until they identify them and like, damn, they scammed me. Got another tome that'll hopefully be useful. Stop stealing my gold, please. It's so annoying. At what point is a level even considered cleared? Never. Enemies always respawn. See. Looks a bit like Ultima Underworld. I mean, it might have been inspired by it. It's a very decent chance. So my main worry about Syphax right now is with the Nomad specifically. Because she's about to hit pin. And I have yet to run into a green ooze, and she cannot level up any more in Nomad until I find a green ooze for her to clobber. Well, I found a staff. And Syphax is now pinned. She can't level up. She's not even earning any experience points right now. So I'm going to switch her over to just defending, because like there's nothing she can do. And then everybody else can be a fighter. Because it doesn't matter who ends up finishing off the green ooze, just that there is a green ooze that we take down. Large rats. Giant spiders. Large rats. Margoyles. We found another ring. It's probably another shimmering ring. And let's see. Great. They got disease spores. I think we're good to... Okay, I didn't even notice Thorax was down to, like, nothing in terms of hit points. Amulet of Ultravision. Okay, that's very useful. We'll go ahead and hand that over to Astrid. And then she can equip it. What about this tome? Tome of Learning. Neutral. Very, very good. I don't know if it will... Okay, you can realign it, but I don't want to pay millions to realign it. What is this? This is padded leather. It is good padded leather. Okay. Can she use it? She can. It's not better than what she's currently using, though. But I can give it to Sif, and it will be better armor than what she is currently wearing. Oh, come on. Oh, 10 strength. Right, she has 6 strength. Damn it. Scrawny. A Ring of Despair. That is a cursed item. Hey, free money. Kind of. It's a staff. It's an oak staff. It is a good oak staff. It's not really useful to anybody. We're just gonna sell it, I think. It's not worth much either. Not enough gold, my lord. Alright, what is this? This is a Potion of Intelligence. It is evil. We can sell it for a decent amount of money. Okay, who would benefit from this? Because it's a neutral Tome of Learning. I don't think that any of the good aligned characters... I don't know if the good aligned characters can use it or not. I think they can. I think it's set up so that everybody can use neutral items, but do you wish to do so? If you forfeit this quest, you will be reduced to level 4. No, I do not wish to forfeit the quest. Shit. That was why I switched her over to a mage, is because she couldn't level up until I managed to find a damn thing to clobber. Alright, we'll go ahead and put that in there. Actually, now that I think about it, bronze bracers, I think Astrodax might be able to use those. Yeah, she can use those. Okay, cool. A bit of extra armor, or in this case, actually attack, helps. Alright. And as you can see here from this Sword of the Winds, obviously you can get to a pretty damn high level. Okay, everybody deposit their gold. Let's see. Let's see if I hand this over to Sif. I think she can use this. I think. I'm not 100% sure, but I think she can use it. Let's see what happens. Nothing happens. Okay. Well, on the positive side, it was a Tome of Learning, which is intelligence. Okay, so when it comes to the tomes, it has to be the same alignment as the character. Otherwise, it will either curse them and reduce their stats, or it will do nothing at all if it's the neutral and they're, good or evil aligned. Well, we wasted a Tome of Learning, but I'm okay with that for now, because we can always find another one eventually. And we can go from there. But all right, let's head down, I think. We'll go ahead and just clobber those guys real quick. You stole 5 gold, or I'm sure you're so proud of yourself. Thought you'd end up losing the entire stream. Apparently, nope. No, you did not lose the entire stream. We're still going here. We're still crawling a dungeon. You did miss the Geneforge stuff, though. I was messing around with Geneforge earlier. Basically testing out recording and seeing how that was going. Alright, we'll go ahead and open that. And we'll go down the steps here. We'll take care of that. That is a secret door. We found a secret door. That's pretty cool. Some bears. Okay, so they came up as bears, and then we identified them as badgers. Because clearly bears and badgers are the exact same thing. Stop falling in pits, please. That's really annoying. Oh, that did quite a lot of damage. Ow. Oh, we can take down a kobold real quick. And that, because why not? Ah. You know, it would help if I could actually hit the keys correctly. Okay, everybody deposit stuff. Actually, I need to pull this hammer out of here and check it real quick. Because if I remember correctly, it was really expensive to identify. Yeah, it was really expensive. Okay, let's see. It is a warhammer. It is a neutral warhammer. They are two-handed weapons. I think I'm going to go ahead and sell that. Because I don't see my guys using two-handed weapons. It's always good to have a shield. Was Geneforge any good? I'm assuming you're guessing there. Yeah, Geneforge. I've never really been able to get into Geneforge. You might have better luck with the remake. I don't know. I haven't played the remake yet. I do have a copy of it. I just haven't gotten around to it. But Syphax critical. I guess she was down to critical HP. Let's see here. Do we have any items to sell or identify? I don't think we do. No, we don't. Yeah, exploring the second level here is really dangerous for Sif because she is very weak, and she's been stuck on the stupid. She's been stuck at her level for way too long because we can't find a green ooze for her to take credit for. Take credit for annihilating, so. Okay, that's a teleporter. We don't want to mess around with that. Or no, wait, it's not a teleporter. It's something else. Okay. We found a dagger. Hopefully it's a bone dagger. We can get some free money. Okay. Enchanta. A bit of money. Now, one thing I'm not sure if this game has it or not, but was always incredibly obnoxious whenever they've been included in any game ever, is mimics. I don't know if this has mimics or not. I don't think it does. Okay, we got a magically locked chest there. Let's see here. At least there's a map. Yeah, maps are essential for dungeon crawlers. Yeah, I will be fair. The remake of Wizardry, the one that's built on top of the Apple II code, does have an auto map in it, which is very, very handy. But playing the original Wizardry games, they're borderline unplayable these days. So, but like the old Might and Magic, Ancients 1 and 2, any of those old blobbers that were dungeon crawlers like this, I mean, if you don't have an auto map of some kind, they tend to be kind of miserable. So, let's go down this corridor again here. Big old snakes. Centipede. We found another tome. Hopefully it's something useful. Even if it's not something useful, we should be able to sell it. Okay, Loki Axe leveled up. That's good. You did play out of the... Yeah, it does not have an auto map. The third one does. Thankfully for the gold box games, there are some third-party tools that that will help you out with that. Like Grid Cartographer, for example. It's very, very useful for the old school dungeon crawler type games. Bone Dagger, sell it. Very, very useful. Let's see. It's a tome. What is the tome? It is a tome of agility. Okay, and you can't afford to identify it further. What is it? It is a tome of agility neutral. Okay. So that means either Thor or Loki Axe can use it. Who needs more dexterity? You need more dexterity. All right, we'll give you the tome of agility, and then you can use that once you're in the dungeon. All right, I think we've identified everything else, though. Oh, Loki Axe should be able to equip the brown cloak now, I think. No, his guild levels too. Oh, right, he needs to just actually level up. No, his guild level's still too. What level does he need to be? He is a level 10 thief. Huh? Huh? What? One or more stats is too low. Oh, strength. Right. Right. His strength is too low. I forgot about that. Dang it. God dang it, Bobby. Alright, we'll go. Everybody deposit their stuff. And once more into the breach. Let's see here. You like the style of World of Zine. You were disappointed with the games themselves. Didn't have a... Yeah, I mean, I'll be fair. Might and Magic... From what I can tell... I haven't really messed around with them much myself yet, but Might and Magic 3 and then the Zine games, apart from Sword of Zine, I think, are actually supposed to be very easy. Or supposedly are very easy. They're certainly nowhere near as, shall we say, unforgiving as a game like this, for example. I mean, it probably looks like I'm just, you know, waltzing through the entire dungeon here and annihilating everything incredibly easily. And that's true, but I mean, I've leveled up my characters a fair bit here. Certainly for this level of the dungeon. They really should be more, except for Sif, of course, because she's under-leveled. But they really should be more tackling the second floor of the dungeon. But I mean, when you're first starting out in this game, you are just getting slaughtered by everything. You can barely win any fights. Oh, we got a critical hit. Another magically locked chest. Let's see here. You found a fan-made mod that adds an auto map, but it's a bit iffy. Yeah. Like I said, Grid Cartographer is something that you should look into. It's on Steam. You can use it just as a basic grid mapping software. So if, for example, you're playing Dungeons and Dragons or something and you want to map something out, you can do that. But it also has a built-in compatibility thing, it's some sort of API or something, that interfaces with DOSBox. And it actually will allow you to play the likes of old school Wizardry or old school Might and Magic or the old gold box games or stuff like that, and have Grid Cartographer auto map everything for you. So that can be really handy. Might be something you want to look into. I mean, Grid Cartographer is not cheap. It's not super expensive either, but it's not cheap. So that's the only problem you might run into there. Hey, we finally found a chest we can open. Let's see here. All right. Yep. Yeah, definitely look into it. I have used it for some of the old school RPGs, and it has been very, very useful. So I can definitely swear by it. Okay. I'm not sure what a face east square is actually for. Critical hit. I'm trying to find a damn green ooze here so we can complete this stupid quest. Instead, I keep finding everything but a green ooze. I'm pretty sure I will run into a straight-up dragon before I run into the quest monster for this stupid quest. Oh, we found another tome. I mean, like, the game is not stingy with loot or anything either. I mean, Lokiax completed a quest. Okay, cool. Cool. Found a potion. Good. Ow. And Astrodax leveled up. Alright, let's head back up here and get some leveling going here. Alright. And you still haven't completed your quest. It's frustrating. Alright, everybody, deposit your pitiful funds. And let's see what this tome is. It is a tome of agility. Good. Alright. Who needs dexterity? You're actually really good on dexterity. You need dexterity, so we'll have to do, let's see here. You go ahead and use that. And you go ahead and use that. Alright, we have a couple of items we need to identify. Hi there, King. I technically do have a Twitch channel, but I don't use it. I mean, my audience is basically almost exclusively on YouTube, so. Okay, these new Gina gloves. Potion of healing. Potion of healing is always useful. You would think after a while of identifying certain items over and over again that we would just be able to know what they are, but apparently not. Alright, let's see what these new Gina gloves are. They are unaligned and pretty useful. Okay. Let me give those to Thorax, I guess. Can he... Yeah, let's see. Unequip the leather gloves, equip the new Gina gloves. And then we can sell the leather gloves for nothing. Okay. I think I had some new Gina gloves in the... Yeah, I did. Okay. Do I have any other unidentified items in storage right now? I have this bronze... Oh, the bronze mace is unaligned, I think. Yeah, they're unaligned. I think I was hanging on to that so that she could equip it for other classes. Alright, let's see here. Let's find out what alignment these new Gina gloves are. Oh, they're already identified. Cool. I think it's because they're all the same. Let's see. I think she can equip them, actually. Yeah, she can. Okay, cool. I am actually going to hang on to these leather gloves, though, just in case, because they require you to be different levels depending on which class you're at. Let's see here. That's one thing I've always really disliked about a lot of games is things like class restrictions and, more importantly, level restrictions, especially when you combine the two. It always just bothered me. Like, I understand some of it. Like, I understand locking, say, abilities behind classes and levels and stuff like that. But just equipment, simple things like gloves, like, come on. Just come on. It's gloves, you know. You don't need to be particularly powerful to equip some gloves. I mean, unless they're the plus 30 gauntlets of goblin slaying or something, I don't know, but, you know. Okay, just clobber those guys. Okay, can't do anything with that. Got a scroll. Okay, cool. Ow. You'd think that having mapped out the dungeon, we would know where the traps are and wouldn't be able to just constantly fall into them, but apparently we still can. Got another tome. Cool. Oh shit, it said offered to join and I didn't even notice. I didn't notice until it was too late. Oh, she finally completed her quest. Thank you. Thank you so much, game. You finally gave me the exact monster we needed to slaughter. Now we can level... Oh, jeez. She completes her quest and then immediately just dies. Raise failed. Okay. That's annoying. That's really annoying. Come on. Finally. Now then. She can finally level up. She can finally level. Ugh. It's frustrating. Scroll of Nantasu. What is Nantasu? It's Dominate Devil. I'm going to go ahead and actually sell that because we don't really need it right now. Let's see here. Alignment system only makes sense if the item is sentient. It kind of does, yeah. Let's see. Miss having more time to finish RPGs or RTS. Your current day job is annoying. Take a lot of your time reading old shitty legacy code for back-end projects. Yeah. I can understand that. Let's see. PHP and JavaScript and Bootstrap. Oof. Yeah, well, on the positive side, it could be worse. They could have you trying to maintain Fortran code. A scroll of spells. I think that gives us spell points. It's evil. Yeah, adds 50 spell points. I'm going to go ahead and sell that. Let's see here. Tome. Do you have enough money? No, you do not. So just hand it to her. What is it? It is a Tome of Leadership. It is good. All right. So that bumps up Charisma by 1. Who will need that? You have Charisma 10. Like, either of them can use it, really. All right. Okay, let's everybody deposit. And go ahead and bump up your leadership there. There you go. All right. And now Sif only needs to hit one thing in order to level up. So we're going to go ahead and have everybody else actually defend except for her. Just so she can get that level. Yep, she now has enough experience to level. I mean, she does basically no damage. But, I mean... Come on, hit the stupid thing. There we go. Alright. That's good enough for the moment. Go ahead and head back up and level thyself. Defeat one Issus. Well, at least we keep running into Issus in the dungeon. So there is that. Or Cobalt. Yeah, Cobalt would be horrible. Never want to look at Pearl ever again. Yeah, I can't blame you. Okay. Giant owls, we can take care of those. Found a couple of items, that's handy. Found another tome, very cool. Alright, let's see what we got here. Just a pitiful amount of gold. Some rats. Well, that's annoying. All the projects been hellish. Maintain a bunch of legacy pre-PHP 6. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Okay. More twisted dwarves. We could deal with twisted dwarves. Found a cloak. Probably can't use it. Let's see here. Okay. Health is looking okay for now. Okay, I'm gonna have Thorax fight him too because they, the enchanters are nasty. Stop stealing my money! I clobbered a lot of monsters to get that money. It is very rude that you keep stealing it. An artifact. That's interesting. Haven't found one of those yet. Not sure what an artifact would be, actually. Okay. Found another tome. Very cool, very cool. Completely certain the party is standing on an anti-magic square. Okay. We have found what is being referred to as an aboleth. I'm pretty sure it's not an aboleth. However, we are now pretty messed up, so I think we're gonna head back to town here. Alright. Let's see what ill-gotten gains we have now. Let's go ahead and deposit the money. Keep handing stuff to Astra because she's the only one who has money right now. Okay, this is a key of opening. Okay, cool. It allows us to open one of those magically locked chests. A Robe of Remorse. I'm pretty sure that's cursed. Let's see here. One thing you'll notice about cursed items is if they, apart from the Tome of Lies, weirdly enough, they will not sell the cursed items you bring back. Yeah, so definitely cursed. Okay, cool. Got another key of opening here. I'm going to go ahead and put that in the bank then. And the Scroll of Nantasu, and the Scroll of Nimion. Alright, let's see what we got here. We got a Tome of Agility, and we got a Tome of Endurance. Okay. For now, since we're low on money, I'm going to go ahead and put these in the bank. Gloves of the Blackguard. Oh, that's a minus 15 to attack there, and if I'm selective on him, yeah, that's a cursed item if I ever saw one. Alright, let's see. Anybody else have items to identify? You do. What is this potion? It is a potion of Nemamu. What did Nemamu do? I thought we had one. We have Negamu. Okay, we don't have one of Nemamu yet. What does this do? Can I identify it? Yeah. It resists draining. That could be useful. UW flashbacks of an entire level of magic. Yeah. Anti-magic is it gets rough, especially if you're playing a very magic-centric party. You know, I imagine that would be a great way to mess with D&D 5e players, because pretty much everybody playing D&D 5e plays spellcasting classes because they think, you know, stuff like martial classes are boring. So just mess with them by throwing constant anti-magic at them. They will be furious. Be hilarious. But hey there, Zero. And what is this? This is Mordor, the Depths of Dejenol. It is a Windows 3.1 dungeon crawler. I am running it on my Windows 98 virtual machine here. And we've been making some very limited progress here. Poor Syphax is very underleveled compared to everybody else. Because she got held back thanks to a quest that required her to kill a certain monster. And so I had to switch her over to Mage, and she's not really good enough to cast most of the spells she has access to. So, yeah, it's kind of rough. Alright, anybody level? Yes, you did. You're level 18, and you... Right, you need to... And now she's got another one to kill an Issus, which is a type of snake. We were running into a few of those, but we haven't run into... Yeah, it is pretty old. As far as games go. As far as... That said, you kind of make me feel old by saying that, so there's that. You know what? Screw it. Let's use one of these keys of opening. Who has one? You do. Item must be equipped to use. I will give that to Loki X, I think, so that he can do this. Let's see. Charm of Opening Throne. Okay. And that was not remotely worth it. That was not remotely worth it. Alright, let's get that open there. There's a scroll. I'm looking for a giant snake. Basically. Loki axe leveled up. Okay, cool. Okay. I'm trying to find these giant snakes, and I just can't. Well, I guess we can try going down to the next level. Oh, what do you know? Exactly what we're looking for. Convenient. Okay, you've leveled up. I want to get her level up a few more levels in Nomad, because she is just way too weak right now. How much did that resurrection age? Quite a while. Let's see, what's my favorite tabletop RPG? It depends on what I'm in the mood for. Generally, I would say Vampire the Masquerade 2nd Edition. But there's also, I'm quite fond of, well, it depends on what system you're talking about there. For a specific game using it, it's called, there's RuneQuest. The more generic system would be something like Mithras, or it's called Basic Role-Playing. It's a D100 based system. I really like it. There's also one that you unfortunately can't really get anymore except for secondhand because it's out of print. The Fantasy Flight Star Wars game is fan-friggin-tastic. So if you haven't had a chance to play that, I definitely highly recommend that one. Let's see here. Key to a turn-based RPG is making the mechanics in-depth, but the UI transparent. Otherwise, just... Yeah, that is to some degree, but it also depends on the type of turn-based combat you're dealing with. For example, if it is like a JRPG, like Final Fantasy or whatever, there's not really much of a way you can actually make that fun. Let's see. Alright, let me just do the quick party deposit there and double check and make sure nobody else is leveled up. Nope, nobody else leveled up. Okay, cool. Let's see. We don't have any items to identify, right? I don't think we do. Nope, nope. Oh, we got that one scroll, but I'm not that worried about the scroll. We don't even use scrolls, really. We ascribe to the classic adventuring trope of, you know, we'll hang on to it for later, and then we never use it. Alright, go down to the next level and clobber some bears. Clobber some goblins. Now, the rewards on this level are definitely better. However, the enemies are quite a lot tougher, so we need to be more careful. A Horda giant. He hits like a truck. We found a cross. That's interesting. I don't know what those are. I guess they're some sort of martial artist type character? Okay, those guys are nasty. We don't want to deal with... Oh, stop it with the pitfalls, please. Like, at least try to detect them. I mean, come on. I gotta go back here to heal up. It's frustrating. Alright, let's see here. What's this cross? It's a very expensive item to identify. The only one who even has close to enough money to do that is Astrid. It's a silver cross. I don't know what it's for. It is a one-handed item. Apparently it's a piece of equipment. And it's a weapon of some kind. I'm guessing this is mainly a weapon meant for healers. I mean, it says mage, sorcerer, wizard, healer. I'm pretty sure it's meant mostly for healers. We are going to hang on to that, I think. Just in case. Granted, we are now very, very low on money. Let's see here. Identify that. Scroll of Malart. I don't know what this does. I'm just going to sell it. And let me just double check here. I think somebody leveled up, didn't they? Nope, they didn't. Okay. Let's see here. You've literally never touched or so much as had any interest in Final Fantasy at all. You know the funny thing about JRPGs? Final Fantasy, more specifically Final Fantasy VII, absolutely poisoned the entire genre in the West. Because there is a pretty wide variety of JRPGs out there. I mean, something to look into, Rochester. Given your old school PC predilections, you might actually find Lunatic Dawn really interesting. Because it's more of a... It's a bit more of like a simulation kind of RPG-ish kind of thing. I mean, yeah, it has turn-based combat, but it's... That's only part of it. It's a lot closer to a Western RPG than you'd really think. But the thing is, nobody knows what Lunatic Dawn is. Because it's a really obscure Japan-only series. And almost none of them have any translations. Let's see. Passage of the Book and... What is it? Passage of the Book, third book, I think, and Book of Futures, I think, all have translations. They're very rough, but they're enough to understand what's going on. And 1 and 2 have very, very bad translations because only some of it got translated. The joys of PC 98 hardware, software compatibility issues and such like that. And then Lunatic Dawn 3 doesn't really have a translation at all, as far as I'm aware. But, yeah, games like Final Fantasy just completely overshadow a huge wealth of games that came out of the East and just never got translated or just never got released outside of Japan. And it's really frustrating because a lot of those get really inventive and crazy. But yeah. But the Lunatic Dawn is actually made by the same guys who made the Atlas games. And they also went on to make like some train simulation games and stuff like that. It's Art Dink. They're a fairly small studio. They're still around, actually, weirdly enough. Let's see here. Yeah, Rave Buff. Yeah, I have yet to play a Final Fantasy game I actually liked. The closest one to actually being something I liked was Final Fantasy VI, and even that I didn't really like very much. You try not to imagine what it's like to play any RPG on a console. I mean, it depends on the kind of game. Something like Gothic or Risen on console, apart from performance issues, is fine. Because the mentality's still there. The things that actually make it the proper RPG that it is are still there. It's just, you know, different control scheme. And for certain types of games, that's fine. Okay, there's a goblin there we can clobber. We can clobber these guys. Alright. I'm going to switch these guys back over to fight. Because we don't really need to worry about defending anymore. We really just need everybody dishing out pain right now. Six is as bad as 7. You know why people... Yeah, I will be fair here. 6 is a much better game than 7. Because, at the very least, even though it does definitely lean way too much into the cringy Japanese bullshit. You know, the amnesia and all that crap. Even though it leans into those kinds of things... It has... Oh, no, we hit a teleporter. Wait, we teleported back to the first level of the dungeon. I was worried there for a second, but no, we're back to the first level of the dungeon. This is perfectly safe. I mean, I say safe, we're getting into combat immediately, but you know. That was like a shortcut. Thanks, game. Teleporter traps are the worst. Let's see here. Risen 1. Yeah, Risen 1 is... Risen 1 was quite good, but then Risen 2 and 3, just no. Why do they mind control her? Because she's a mage. And they fear mages. It's kind of... You can think of it kind of as a... think of it kind of as an insurance policy on their part. Got a potion. Alright, now we head down. Let's see here. Let's see what's in here. A couple of those. These guys are dangerous if they manage to get a crit on you. Oh, we've detected a pit. Now you detect the pit, now that you know it's there. So useful. Thank you so much, Astrodax. Maybe you could have thought of that before we fell into it the first time. Just saying. Stole 307 gold. That's annoying. Well, we found a sword. That's nice. I don't think any of us will be able to use it, but it's nice that we found it. Astrodax is leveled up. Very cool. Oh, great. That's a lot of dudes in water. And our party is drowning, which is not good. I'm trying to find dry land of some description. And it is not working. Oh, geez. That's not good. And you might as well use a potion. We got him. We might as well use him. Let's see here. Still baffled at Elix. Yeah. By the way, I did pick up Elix 2. I'm not looking forward to it. But, I mean, I feel obligated to cover it at this point. That said, from what I can tell, Piranha Bytes is, like, Embracer basically shut them down. So, Elix 2 is their last game as far as I can tell. This portal of Desperate War can't be opened anymore. Yeah. I mean, here's the really annoying thing about any kind of JRPG is just how much is used as plot convenience. And that's a problem across the entire genre. It's a problem across a lot of genres, honestly. Man, Loki Axe is just getting clobbered here. We're gonna have to head back up here to. All right. Yep. We can deal with that guy. We can deal with them. Get some quick smacks in there and. Some basically free experience. Let's see, we found some items, right? Yeah, we did, okay. Alright, party deposits. Who has the most money? Nobody really has a lot of money. Let's hand that to Sif so she can get it identified. If she can even get it identified. Iron Sword, evil Iron Sword. We can't do that. Dang, that's annoying. Okay, you leveled up. You leveled up. You must defeat one Hiksai. Okay. We have run into those before. Baldur's Gate 3 seems like it would be the most fun when playing evil line characters. It depends. Because, I mean, you have the cartoonishly villainous stuff you can do in it, which is, I mean, that's always fun in any game, regardless of what it is, just whenever you get to be a cartoonish villain. And that's partly why Dungeon Keeper and Evil Genius and all them are so fun. But, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in Baldur's Gate 3 that's just straight up dark. It's... Let's see here. Oh, we're getting there. Oh, right. Potion. Let's see. Potion of Curing. That is always useful. Just go ahead and hang on to that. Alright. Everybody deposit. And back to the dungeon. You're waiting for all the extras to be added to it? I don't know what you're talking about because Baldur's Gate 3 is done. Just, it's finished. They're not doing anything else to it. I mean, they might do patches and bug fixes and stuff like that, but they're not adding any more content to it, as far as I'm aware, anyway. They said they had no plans to get it, to add any DLCs or anything. Keep running into these magically locked chests. Found a scroll. Cool. And... Huh. I guess we triggered the trap, but it didn't actually take effect. Okay. Found some gold. That's always useful. Oh man, a whopping 2 gold on that chest and nothing else. So handy. So useful. And Astrid is diseased. That's annoying. Found some leather armor. Okay. Found some dust. I've never found a dust item before. I don't know what that's for. But since we got some people pretty decently beat up and a couple of, well, one of them's diseased, maybe we'll start heading back up to the town there. Let's see. Let's find out what this dust is for. Well, it's expensive to identify. It's a dust of healing. Okay. Well, I can't really do anything with it right now. I'm just going to sell it. Let's see here. Okay, so it's a more powerful healing item. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Let's see what we got here. Most fun you've had playing an evil character was Fallout 2. Oh, yeah, yeah. Fallout 2 has some pretty dastardly things you can do. Still not paying $60 for any AAA game. I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 is technically not a AAA game. It's technically an indie game. Technically. Let's see here. Padded leather armor, neutral. Okay. I think it'd probably be good for him to have, except he doesn't have enough strength to use it. I thought we had found some tomes. Maybe we didn't. Oh no, we found them and we either used them or sold them. Right. It's this scroll. I'm just gonna sell that. I don't see us using the scrolls. Can't afford to identify that. This is a scroll spell. I'm just gonna sell that one too. Because why the hell not? Okay. Go ahead and deposit the gold there. Let's see here. What faction in New Vegas is my favorite? You know, I have maintained that anybody whose favorite faction is the Legion, there's probably something wrong with them. Because the Legion is completely irredeemable. But, As far as favorite faction goes, I mean, I usually just go with the yes man ending, so that should tell you something. Alright, let's see what's in this thing here. Just a pittance of gold. Alright. Magically locked, can't do anything with it. That's annoying. You know what, while we don't have very much money, let's just go ahead and clobber these dudes. So we can get the experience points. Okay. Oh, I did find some decent gold in there. I must find a door. Come on, where's the door? Oh, that just loops around. That's really irritating. Okay. That's not very helpful to us. Let's see here. No gods, no masters, and followers of the apocalypse yet. Been watching my reviews for 10 years, which is crazy. I don't know if it's crazy, but it's definitely something. Aren't really other cosplayer groups that perpetuate historically accurate atrocities in fiction. Sure, that's what it is. Sure. I found a helmet at some point. Let's see here. Go ahead and use a potion of healing on yourself. Because you are incredibly squishy and we are running into enemies here. That's a magically locked chest we can't open, which is really annoying. Okay, so that's just one really big room that's got nothing in it. Cool. Awesome. I don't know if there's anywhere else I can explore from this area. Oh, no, there is. Never mind. There's stairs down. Oh, we can clobber some giant owls. One unseen monster. What is it? It's a charmer. Okay. Well, we just smack him upside the head. Okay, cave bears. Oh, they're giant badgers. Okay. Orcs. I can deal with orcs. One of those. Okay. Just clobber them. You know a game has a good story on the factions can inspire in you a visceral reaction? Yep. Sorry, but House always wins. Well, you know, if he's the House from the TV show now, then, well, you probably don't want that to happen. We have a bunch of healing items. We might as well use them. Random hit point healing. Yay. Alright. Just go ahead and use the rest of that up. And let's see what's in here. We got a charmer. Well, now we don't. Milsai. Ooh, that's not good. That was a critical hit. All right, let's see here. Hey, where's the... There it is. All right. We're gonna... that's not good. Yeah, head back up here because Sif acts as our squishiest member of the party, and she is now diseased, so... Welcome, Corey. Mordor 1.1. It's Mordor: The Depths of Dejenol. It is a Windows 3.1 dungeon crawler. So, and I'm running it on my Windows 98 virtual machine here. Okay, everybody deposit. Let's see what this helmet is. It is an iron helmet, a good iron helmet. That's we can make that work. And a good brown cloak. Okay. We can make those work. What about this? It's an evil brown cloak. We can sell that. I don't know why a cloak, just a simple cloak, would be evil, but whatever. Let's see. Iron helmet can go to Astradax. This cloak, I'm just going to go ahead and give that to Sif, I think. Let's see. She needs way higher strength to be able to use it, though, which is baffling to me, but whatever. Let's see. Tomes of Might. Yeah, I can't afford a Tome of Might, so that, you know, that's not great. Laos, I assume you mean House. Was inspired by Howard Hughes. Who would deserve to rot in a capsule? Yeah. Yeah, probably. Can you equip this, actually? Strength 10, Dex 10. Yeah, you're high enough level. And you have the stats for it, so yeah, let's get you equipping that get rid of the copper helm and switch you over to the iron helmet. I think we're going to put the copper helm back in here first. Oh, this iron chainmail. You can't equip that, right? You have a high enough level now. Oh, no, you can! Yeah, that is considerably better. Alright, we'll go ahead and have you equip the iron chainmail there. I'll go ahead and put the bronze plate mail back in there, though. Let's see, do you have... No, you don't. Okay. So we'll go ahead and give that to Loki, and then he can put that in the bank until he is strong enough to wear it. TV series ruin the lore beyond salvation. Nothing can top the damage in ML posts. I am a joke to you. Yeah. Eel Spaghetti is indeed a joke. He's a joke. He's just not a funny one. Yeah, I have said this and I mean it. Doom Repercussions of Evil is better than the shit Emil writes. It's baffling to think about, but that's how it is. Okay, what does this do? Oh, potions of health are cure disease potions. Okay, that's useful. Okay, who's leveled up? Who needs to... There you go. Bump you up. You must defeat one Heeksai. Okay. We can do that, if we can find one. Oh, critical hit. Cool. Found a tome. Very cool. I really need to get another amulet of Ultra Vision and give that to Sif. You can go NCR and not ever meet Caesar and Benny. Yes, that is true. Yeah, the retconning of Nate from Fallout 4 being, yeah, that was something else. I'm still amazed that he just started going off on that. Like, out of all the things Emil has said and done over the years, that was one of the more impressively stupid things that he's said and done. See, yeah, we have gone in there. Okay. Don't mind me. I'm just the axe extermination party. We're here to deal with your pest problems. Because that's just how the dungeon is. Then you had to walk back on the tweets, yeah. Don't take everything I say seriously. Yeah, no, Emil, you're the lead writer at Bethesda. We have to take the things you say about the things that you're writing for seriously. But hey, at least you said that you know, whatever the player thinks is canon now, so we can just make up whatever the hell we want. Thorax and Sif have leveled up. Cool. Found a dagger. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Astrodax got diseased again. I don't know why she's the only one who keeps getting diseased by these monsters. I guess it's just because her constitution's fairly low. Made you install and start a Fallout 1 and New Vegas playthrough game. Well, there's that. Unfortunately, the TV show led to an absolutely massive increase of the number of people playing Fallout 4 and 76 specifically. So, it basically guarantees that we are absolutely never going to see another proper Fallout game ever again. Which is really why I'm so mad about it, honestly. Like, it's not just that they constantly screw up the lore. I mean, that's something that they do all the time. They can't even do that right for their own series anymore. Elder Scrolls, they just retcon the hell out of whatever they want whenever they want in Elder Scrolls. But the retcon doesn't annoy me quite as much as the the fact that we're just never going to see another proper Fallout game again, at least as long as Bethesda holds the rights to the license. See, Fallout 2 didn't have much retcons. No, not really. It more expanded upon things. It did have a lot of referential humor in it. A lot of pop culture references, that sort of thing. But it wasn't... it didn't really mess with the lore very much. It just expanded upon things. Right, we need to get the Heeksai. We must return with one initiate's hands. What? I don't even know what that is. Like, I legitimately have no idea what an initiate's hands is. Alright, let's see if we can actually identify this tome or not. It is a Tome of Leadership. And we don't have the money for it. Okay. That's annoying. About this dagger. It's a bone dagger. We can sell that. Just for a quick reminder for those of you who haven't tuned in since the last bone dagger we found. All bone daggers in this game are cursed. So if you identify a dagger and it comes up as a bone dagger, just sell it. Because otherwise, if you try to fully identify it, it's worth nothing. Let's see here. James Clavell novels. I haven't read the Shogun novel. I watched some of the series, but not much of it. What I did watch of the series was pretty decent, though. That reminds me of the situation with The Boys, for example. Amazon's actually been doing a remarkably good job with the Boys TV series. The comics are atrocious. They are some of the worst comics I have ever had the misfortune of reading. I am legitimately baffled that the Boys comics just are as held as highly as they are. Found some bracers, cool. Alright, let's see here. Head down this way. Maybe we can find a Heeksai, or... well, we found a skeleton. Let's see what's in here. A bit of gold. Some gold's nice. Morlocks. I'm not sure what Morlocks are, actually. Ooh, that did a lot of damage. One warrior. Just clobber the heck out of him. Found some more gold, okay. Let me see here. You only play one to New Vegas, the others are Elseworlds stories. You know, the weird thing about the Fallout franchise, a lot of people think that Tactics is still considered non-canon. I actually would hold Tactics to be much closer to actual series canon than definitely anything Bethesda's ever done with it. But just in general, it doesn't really conflict that much. There's this impression that it, like Vault Zero, for example, is some sort of massive retcon or something. It really isn't. Vault Zero is actually an entirely... in the lore of the game, it is entirely a government vault. So it's actually more like a bunker than a traditional vault. So the complaint there is that it's not a research vault, but it wasn't meant to be one in the first place. I've never really seen why that was a problem to begin with. Because it wasn't a Vault Tech vault, so. Let's see, Iron Helmet, Evil, we can sell that. Bracers, Evil, we can sell those. There's not really a major benefit to being good or evil in this game. It's just the way something is. So, I think, for example, if I remember correctly, elves are all good, but I'm not 100% sure. I have the manual right here. Let me check. Let me see if I can figure this out here. Nope, never mind. You can just pick your alignment regardless of which character type you are here. So, the various intelligent species here, we have, of course, humans, elves, giants, and that's basically what our party is here. We have a giant warrior, we have an Osiri, which is basically... They're kind of like half-elves almost, but not quite. And then we have a human there, and we have an elf. But other ones are the gnomes, the dwarves, ogres, morlocks, which, I mean, they're definitely a thing. Trolls. But yeah. Yeah, alignment, it dictates what types of guilds you can join, I know that. But other than that, there's not a whole lot. Let me double check here real quick. Yeah, there's a... So I don't think... Yeah. So your character's race can determine what guilds they're in, and their alignment can do it as well. So, for example, Astrid Axe is a good character. She can be a paladin, whereas neutral characters like Thorax and Loki Axe can't. And then if you're evil, you can be in the Villains Guild, which is... that they basically get the ability to backstab. So they're kind of like assassins. Alright, let's see here. What is my stream schedule? I kind of don't have one. It's just kind of whenever I have time to do it. But I do schedule the streams in advance. That's one of the things I like about streaming on YouTube, is that you can schedule the stream in advance, so you can actually give people an indication of when to tune in. So, for example, with the tomorrow's stream for Titan Quest, I am probably going to do that around 10 or 11 Eastern a.m. 10 or 11 a.m. Eastern. And we'll just start it then and just go as long as I can deal with it. Let's see here. Shogun novel was a stylistic train wreck, but the plot, setting, and characters were as solid as they were in the miniseries. Okay, so it was basically a novel that was carried by its plot, setting, and characters. That sounds like a novel. But anyway, let's see. Very rare for an adaptation to be better than the original. It is very rare, but it does happen. I would argue that the Starship Troopers movie is also better than the actual book it's based on. Dire need of a good editor. I could see that. A lot of good writers need good editors. Like, their ideas, the certain aspects of what they write are really good, but they just need somebody to be like, hey, you need to cut down this particular thing, or maybe expand upon this other thing. And, of course, catch the grammar and spelling mistakes and things like that, too. Wasn't the boys always a niche thing? Common sentiment is it sucks. I mean... It wasn't really a niche thing, per se. But yeah, the TV series is actually pretty solid, but the comics were just terrible. But they're still very highly regarded. They were award-winning comics, if I remember correctly, which is just depressing to think about. Let's see here. Nobody has anything to identify or... So, let's see here. You need to defeat this Heeksai. I think you need to as well, right? No, you need to return when it initiates hands, which I have no idea what that is. Let's see. Picture Josh Sawyer is a huge fan of satire. Am I asking? I mean, as far as I can tell, yeah, he is a fan of satire. He seems pretty open about the things that he likes. And the things that he's inspired by. See, he didn't say research vault, the research control vault. The calculator... Let's see. It was... What was it? It was, because it's been quite a while since I messed with tactics. From what I remember, the Vault Zero was where they were meant to store the minds of the brains of the various geniuses of pre-war America in the event that something went horribly wrong, so that when America was trying to rebuild, they could make use of the calculator using these geniuses' brains to help guide them. That's the main purpose of Vault Zero. As far as being kind of a command center of the vaults, sending the all-clear signal or whatever, I don't think that ever actually came to fruition. It was, from what I understand, it was their original intent, but they just never got it done. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the stream there, Rochester. This pro is all hoping he knows how to plot and bring people to life. I can see that. Yeah. Alright, we're going to head back down to the second level here. Oh. A silver bear. Interesting. A Veyasu. I don't know what those are. Well, we found something nasty and we clobbered it. Let's just map out this little corridor here. And head back up. A mummy. Dungeon weed. Okay. Now we're the dungeon's gardener, apparently. That's a thing, apparently. Let's go ahead and use up the rest of that potion to get him up to something resembling a decent amount of HP. Medley. Stop making my characters diseased. I realize that I am completely lost. Oh no. Where the hell are we? We figured out what direction we're facing. Okay, where are we? Oh, this is not good. We're lost. Stop stealing my gold! Disease spores, that's irritating. Well, we do have that potion of health, I think. Let's see, where is it? Yeah, you've got it. Okay, and we got a potion of healing that we need to use. We'll use it on you, and we'll use it the rest of it on Loki. Let's see here. Oh, the game telling us some monitoring experiments in the control center was what did. Like I said, darling, it's been a while since I've played Tactics, so I'd have to double check it, but I'm pretty sure it never actually became a the control center for the vaults. It's just something that they originally intended, but it never happened. Let's see here. See, am I running everything in an emulator? I mean, technically, in the case, technically DOSBox is an emulator. Oh, jeez, that did a fuck ton of damage. But yeah, it's a virtual machine running Windows 98 because it's DOSBox X, so it's. Oh no, where are we? Really frustrating. Big old snake. Well, those look nasty. Yeah, this is not great. This is not great. We do have one potion of healing left. I'm going to use that on Loki real quick a couple of times because he is almost dead. And one more on Thor. Let's see here. Yeah, nobody's begging for help yet. Yet. How long am I planning to stream for? I don't know, probably another half an hour or so. Our leader lost her sense of direction. Oh, there's a rotator. Shit. Oh, we figured out what level we're on. That's good. Okay. We're on floor 3. Oh, no. No wonder we're having trouble. We figured out where we are. Yay. This frickin' rotator. Dre spiders. Yeah, we need to get the hell out of here. Oh, no. So, let's see here. Do we have any healing items? I don't think we do. Can Sif cast a healing spell? I don't think she can. No, she can. She can cast it. Now she doesn't have enough spell points. But she doesn't have enough points to... Oh, man. Well, at least Loki's not screaming for help anymore. Oh, this is bad. Okay, we found the stairs up. We know where those are. Now we can find our way back. Maybe. Ow. Leave us alone. We're trying to get our companion back. Okay. That was rough. Okay, we're good. We're good. Oh, man. That was rough. But Thorax lost a point of Constitution. That's not good. Thankfully, he had a lot of it. By the way, that's another fun thing that can happen. You can lose stats when you get resurrected. Oh, jeez. That was rough. Let's see here. What does this do? Dominate demon. I mean, we can't really do anything with this. We can sell it. Okay, let's see here. Put Loki X back up here. Can we sell that? Yeah, we can sell that. Cool. It has no charges left, so might as well. See, a cutlass. Alright. Cool, cool, cool. Can any of our guys actually use that? I think Astrid actually has the stats too. Doesn't she? Maybe not. Let me just quickly drop that on her there. Alright, let's see here. Stats. 12 dex and 11 strength. She can actually equip that. I'm going to go ahead and have her equip that. That's just better than what she's currently using. Go ahead and drop the dagger off in there. Alright, let's see here. Until another Green News quest happens. Ugh. Don't even get me started. Well, I'm having trouble with a couple of my guys here. Let's see here. Like, he needs to defeat a Hiksai. We're having trouble finding one of those. He needs to defeat a Hiksai. So they'll get those at the same time. And then Astrid needs to return with one Initiate's Hands, which I have no idea what that is. So, you know. Let's see here. Truly grateful you're not old enough to have had a code in assembly. I had to do a code in assembly once. Way back when. It sucked. And afterwards, I promptly forgot everything I knew. Let's see here. Did I ever try RuneScape? It had a free tier with a lot of... yeah, I've messed around with RuneScape in the past. I like its crafting system. That's kind of it. It's extremely grindy. Okay, so let's see. Thorax can't get any more experience. Lokiax can get some more experience. Okay, so I'm going to switch Thorax over to just defend because he can't earn any more experience. We got to find a Hiksai here. I don't know where I'm going to find one, though. We found hands. That might actually be exactly what we need there. I hope it is. That's a lot of enemies. Okay, at least we got a decent amount of money out of that. A single kobold. Some twisted dwarves. Backstabbed one, okay. So thief can backstab too. Big old snakes. Giant centipede. Those guys again. Like, I know I've run into Heeksai on this floor before. Okay. Like, I want to say those so-called zombies are Heeksai. At least we're finding useful things. Found another sword, okay. Another dagger. Hopefully it's a bone dagger so I can just sell it. Another tome. Okay, cool, 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 cool. Tomes are always useful. Some kobolds. Thugs. Alright, got us a scroll. Let's go ahead and head back up and get some of these things identified real quick. Iron sword. Can you use it? More importantly, is it better than what you have? Does look like he can use it because he's high enough level now. But I don't know if it's actually any better than what he's got. You know, I think the iron sword is better than the bronze mace. So we'll go ahead and equip that. About this stuff. Alright. That's gnarled hands. And they are cursed. Of course they're cursed. I should have expected that from the name Gnarled. Tome of Agility. Not enough gold to identify the full thing. Scroll of Kanji. That's Charm Insect. We can sell that. So who has enough money to fully identify this thing? 545k. Okay, you have enough. It's a good Tome of Agility, so we can actually use it. Let's see. I think Astrid would probably benefit the most from Dexterity, wouldn't she? Yeah. And then we got this stuff. Let's see. Mace. The Mace of Cordul, that is cursed. An Iron Dagger. I don't really think we'll get much use out of that. Although, well, what's Loki using? He's using a Bronze Dagger. But I think he already has one in his storage. Yes, he does. Okay, so we can just sell that. Oh. Sell, and let's see what we got here. Potion of Sight. I'm just going to sell that. Let's see what else we got here. Hammer. Identify it's an iron hammer, and it's evil. Let's see. I'm going to go ahead and sell that because we can't use it right now. Go ahead and bank that. Sivax has leveled up. That's good. Trying to get her to have a few more hit points there. Let's return with one Initiate's Hands. Given the opportunity to forfeit. No, because that would reduce the level again. And they need Heeksai. It's rough, man. It's rough. Let me just check that real quick. Strength 12, Dex 12, Warrior 22. He is currently Warrior what? Okay. Well, that's a bit of an issue. She's pinned. Loki is almost pinned. This is gonna be rough. We have got to find a Heeksai somewhere in this frickin' dungeon. I mean, the Initiate's Hands is it's an item. From what I can tell, it's a magical casting related item. Yeah, Thorax is poisoned. Meh. Okay, so Loki Axe is now pinned and he can't do anything. Go ahead and defend, I guess. Okay. An unseen monster. Notice the amount of damage that Sifax here is doing. It's not much. And now Thorax is poisoned again. He's very fond of getting poisoned, apparently. Let's see. Let's just spell points. Oh, you're doing okay on that. Found a potion. Cool. Okay, fine. If we're gonna have them all fighting all at once, then we might as well just have them clobber the whole crowd. And now we got programming discussion. We have one person with a potion of health, I think, right? Yeah. Why you steal things? It's no fun. Found a scroll. Okay. Finally, we found Heek size. Finally. Finally. We finally found them. See, I knew they were on this floor of the dungeon. Alright, let's get these guys leveled up. She still needs to find the hands. And switch that around there. Let's see here. Oh, shit, I forgot to use the Tome of Agility. Alright, potion of curing, always useful. Leather armor. Feather leather armor. It's cursed. Of course it's cursed. Well, that's a note to self. Let's see here. Will the original Call of Duty be successful with a remaster, even if it's single player only? I mean, it was already a really big hit to begin with. So I don't see why a remaster wouldn't be. Had a novel on the back burner for 20 years, post-apocalyptic. Update to Gulliver's Travels. You find tropes in Gamma World useful. Alright. What's this scroll? Scroll of Nantasu. I'm gonna go ahead and sell that. Let's see here. Any other useful items? Alright, what does Nemamu do? It's resist draining, right. Just stick that in there, I guess. Let's see, who has the most money? You do. Can you afford to identify the Tome of Leadership? Yes, you can. It is good. Okay. Then who needs charisma? I guess you can use that too. Whoop. Alright, so we bumped up her stats. We've got 2 potions of curing. I'm going to go ahead and spread those around a bit. Oh, we got... There we go. Alright. And now we need to figure out... what to do about that whole Initiate's Hands thing. And they both were pinned, so they level up immediately. Go ahead and get them leveled up too. Oh. Oh, well, we just need to defeat an Issus. We've found plenty of those around here. If you have enough
backstory and the actual philosophy in your fiction. Why not make an interactive version of it? If it's CD Projekt Red, why not you? You don't even want to make money. Yeah.
Quit stealing my gold. There we go. We completed the quest. I figured that we'd, Got a staff. Okay, cool. Got a scroll. Got a couple of zombies there. Ah, we've been diseased again. That's annoying. Alright, just head back up and get leveled up a bit. Okay, you still can't level up. You can, though. Okay, everybody deposit. Let's see what this staff is. It is a Gordu staff. And it's cursed, so I'm going to go ahead and sell it. About this scroll here. A scroll of Norgus. What does Norgus do? It's charm humanoid. I'm actually just going to sell that. I don't see those charm spells actually being any use. If you were any good at game dev, you would only code adventure games. I mean, yeah, go for it. I've almost made some games of various types over the years. Adventure games, dungeon crawlers, RPGs, those kinds of things, but keyword there is almost. Alright. I think that's actually a good point to go ahead and call it a stream here, folks. Hope you all enjoyed it. And if you're interested, tomorrow I will be streaming some Titan Quest. Like I said, I will probably start that around maybe 10 or 11 a.m. Eastern Time. So, whatever that is in your local time zone. And, I mean, I've been trying to get a follow-up video on that done for a while, so that's basically what I'm going to be doing there, and we will get there when we get there. Hope you all enjoyed the stream. Thanks for watching, and I will see you all in the later videos.